We might not know why, we might not know how, but baby tonight we're beautiful now. We'll light up the sky, we'll open the clouds, 'cause baby tonight we're beautiful now. We're beautiful. We're beautiful. We're beautiful.
Check, check. Ooh. My bad if that's really loud. Let's turn that down. My bad. I got forced into upgrading to Windows, quote, upgrading to Windows 11. And now it like messed up all, like I had to reset like everything. All my preferences, everything, all the defaults. So as long as we sound good, we'll let down the music a little bit. All right. Everything, it looks good. This will be a fun stream. All right. So you guys know, we did finish the drawing already. That's not what we're doing here. We finished it last week. Hold on, I forgot. Gotta launch that TikTok. Get this last TikTok stream in before the US kind of loses it. Finally starting to pop off on TikTok, and now they're like, nah, we're just gonna take it away from you. Mad, by the way, I appreciate you sharing the drawing as much as you did. Yeah. All right, everyone. Welcome to the after party. We got to get on that red note. I already did. I already made one. I made one. I don't know how to use it though. I have to go sit through some videos and because it's all written in takeout language. So I need to go. Francisco, what's up? But yeah, so you guys know we finished the every Pokemon drawing already. I've been spamming it for like a week now. Originally I was only gonna make it available during I was only going to make the print available during the original live streams, right? But I actually had a couple people DM me and they're just like, hey man, can you hold off until like next Friday? So in my head I'm just like, oh, they need to get paid. And I'm like, well, okay, well then I extended it to today, end of Friday, and then yeah. So what we're gonna do here is oh my bad, I'm popping out all the I'm gonna pop out all the chat rooms really quick. Alright, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So, like, for everyone who's here, I just know that I'm streaming on multiple platforms right now. So, if you don't know like what the hell I'm talking about, that's because I'm talking to other people. So. Yeah, so the end of today in Pacific Standard Time, so West US time, I will be cutting off the purchase of the shiny print. This is for those who were just like, what the hell's going on? You just popped in. This is my drawing of every Pokemon. We've been streaming it for the past what month? We finished it last week. It actually took 3 weeks to recolor the entire thing. And I wanted it to be a very like exclusive print just for the people that were hanging out on the stream. But of course I had to extend the time because some people requested, because I think some people needed to wait to get paid, which, I mean, that's fair. Yeah. So I extended it to the end of Friday, which is end of today, right at like midnight, this upcoming Pacific Standard Time. There we go. Cutting them off, yeah. Plus, you know what? We could. When I stream, I normally don't play music because of copyright stuff. But this is our little after party. We just here to chill. I'm not even listening to the music through my headset. I just have it blaring right here. Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to keep this VOD up, obviously, right? So, yeah. Welcome everybody. Oh, everybody in the TikTok chat. How's it going? I hope you all enjoy the last of your TikTok time. I appreciate all the attention that we've been getting on TikTok right before it goes down the drain. The time lapse of this that I put on TikTok, I think it's at like 19,000 views or something, which that's really uncommon for me. Brighten it up in here a little bit. Here, I'm gonna, here, let me, let's see if this works. Aha, that does work. Okay. Yeah, so normally you guys know I'm not very aggressive when it comes to like marketing my artwork. I'm just like, you know what, if you like my stuff, then you like it, you know. But I've been going pretty hard on this because this probably be the last piece of fan art you see from me in a long time, outside of like private commissions. I'll still do like private commissions and stuff, right? But I'm not gonna, yeah. All right, so we're actually gonna make a new layer here. We're gonna call this a sketch layer. And then we'll just free sketch some Pokemon, and we'll just leave the drawing in the background. Actually, I need to add something to the layout. So let me shut the eyeball off on this really quick. Okay, I'm gonna shut that off really quick. Wait. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. So normally, like I said, I'm very like, what's the word? Tasteful and tactful about like how I promote selling my artwork. Usually I don't like to shove it in people's faces, but this drawing, the 10-year anniversary of this drawing is just kind of like, it's really, how would you say, like special to me. And we will not be doing a lot of fan art after this, so I just don't give a shit. I'm just like, look, this drawing is sick. Put a lot of time into it. Been consistent with it for a decade, right? And yeah, y'all need to be about it. That's all I'm saying. Nothing on my radar for another collage piece. There's stuff on my radar for it. I've just been doing these for so long, and I have other projects that I want to do. that like I can't say too much. I've been working on other projects that are not fan art on and off for a while now. By a while, I mean like years plural. And they've kind of always end up taking a backseat because I do one of these collages, right? Because I'm like, oh, I have to go to a con, so I have to get this thing ready. And it's just, man, I'm getting close to 40, and I cannot just keep putting back these projects. Like, I have one that's been halfway done for like 2 years now. I have one that's basically done, and I just can't get over the last hump of it because it's kind of complicated, difficult, and I'm just like, I need to be able to dedicate more time to it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how much fucking longer am I gonna do this? And we can be real here. We can be real now, because I mean, you guys have been hanging out on these like collage streams for a long time now. I want to be real now. I'm working too hard for what I get in return, because like when I do these fan art pieces, I do them for like, they're fun because I always make sure that I pick a topic of something that I really like. Pokemon, League of Legends, Dragon Ball, Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh. If we be real here, if I could make the same amount of money doing far less work, if I were gonna go like the fan art route, if I was gonna stay on the route of just doing fan art solely, like so I can go sell them at conventions and make money, I'm working way too hard for that. Like, you just hella extra. You don't need to be doing all this. So if I ever do continue the route of doing like fan art strictly for like the profit, I don't need to be doing all this, you know. Now there's this part of me that's just like, I've always intentionally put in extra work because that's just, you know, how I am, because I'm just hella extra for no reason. But yeah, that's what it is. So I've been working harder than I need to for not as much return as something like a fucking keychain would do, right? And I'm not salty about my buddies who do keychains and shit. That's good. I want all my buddies to have money, because I have some buddies who don't, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But it's like, if I'm putting all this work and it's not kind of giving back anymore, and while I'm doing that, I'm exchanging like the time I could be spending on my personal artwork, that's hella bad. That's not it. That's not where it's at. So I knew that coming into I was feeling like that for a while. And then coming into the 10th anniversary of this piece, I was just like, oh man, like I only have it like in me to do another update to this. Like, I would enjoy doing another update to this, but that's like way down the road, right? And I'm like, I don't really have it in me to do anything other than update the Pokemon piece. And with the one, we're talking about doing every One Piece character, like physically I'm up to that. But we talked about that some time ago, where I was just like, I would do it where I would have to have guaranteed pre-orders before I started. So like when I do these big projects like this, or I'll pull up the other ones so that people who haven't seen them before can see them. So like, you know, I did, for example, no, let's pull up a bigger one. Let's pull up the big boy. Let's pull up the Dragon Ball, the big boy. You know, this one took 3.5 months of like my life and my time with my family, and I was just like, I had to do some crazy stuff to have the energy to do this, and pretty much shaved whatever I did to get this done. I'm pretty sure I shaved some years off my life, but it got done, right? And it's just like, well, I just draw a picture of Bulma with like half her ass hanging out and like some side boob, and it would outperform this if we're talking strictly getting something in return in regards to art sales, right? Because if that was the goal, then I don't need to be doing all this. You know what I'm saying? So what's on my radar right now is showing a little bit of respect to my personal artwork and finishing those things. This after party, he keeps it real at the after party. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now with my artwork. But you know where you guys need to be with my artwork? You need to be heading on over to my online shop and grabbing a copy of this. Not this. Well, I mean, you can with that, but of this every Pokemon drawing. So the recolor of the from the non-shiny to the shiny took 90 hours. So it took us, we spread that 90 hours across 3 weeks. So if you think about it, I mean, it wasn't really that much work time, right? I mean, it was a lot of work time, but for 3 weeks. Yeah, anyway. So that brings the total work time of the entire Pokemon project to over 1,000 hours now. So it's matched it took 10 years and a shiny recolor of Pokemon edits to match the 3 months that it took to do the one Dragon Ball drawing. Anyway, so I was going off on that rant earlier. About like what you put in to what you get back, and I don't know, man. I'm just like it's just like, okay, here for the longest time I did when I was doing conventions. For the first like 110 conventions, that's a lot, right? For like the first 110, I can't remember exactly what it was before I switched over to all fan art, but before that I was doing majority original art. Majority of my stuff was originals, and then I just had like 3 or 4 pieces of fan art, but they were like pieces like this. And then I eventually swapped to all fan art because I was just like, look, if I'm going to these conventions, I'm going to make money, and what makes the money is it's the fan art. So then I was like, well, if we're there strictly to make money with art, don't need to be doing this. Because the people, the attendees, they don't care. So they just want some boobs. And that's totally cool, because it's like you can't tell attendees what they should or shouldn't like. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like being salty about it, but you can't be salty about it. It's just like what they want, right? So anyway, if you're curious about what's going on with all that, that's the long answer. So it makes it like quadruple more meaningful to me that people are picking up prints of this Pokemon piece. Oh, fired up now. Oh. Yeah, so in the YouTube chat says thanks for keeping it real. Keeps it real. Wu-Tang. Nah, she said you're still waiting on that art book to drop that I meant. I told you what happened with that? This kind of goes on, I mean, I get this is kind of relevant, I guess, for the little fucking spiel that I've been going on. So was it 2019? I was prepping my art book. I already had like I already had the company that I was gonna buy through over in China, and have it printed and produced there. Oh, Shiro, what's going on? Hey. So yeah, so I already had everything for my physical art book ready to go, and like I already had the personnel, I already had the company that I was gonna buy from over in China, and I had like gone through some people to get the connection and stuff over there, so I pulled in some favors for it and everything, and I was just ready to go. This was like right before COVID too. No, this was like a year before COVID. Yeah, this was a year before everything got shut down in COVID. So, and I was just like, had this moment where I was just kind of like, if I place an order for all of these art books, these, how will it move? And in my head, I was just like, I don't think it's gonna do well. So before I committed to place the order for to make the physical art book, I did like a little social experiment called the Infinity Sketchbook, which I still have the Infinity Sketchbook running today. What the Infinity Sketchbook was when it's all right. So what it is now, it's what it's always been. Every week I add some high resolution scans of sketchbook pages onto it. Right, that's on my Gumroad, by the way. But so I was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna start off by putting like maybe 100 pages on there, and then I sold it for $1.99. And you buy it once, and it gives you forever access. So that it's called the Infinity Book because I'm always adding pages to it forever. So once you buy it once, you have access to all the old pages and then all the pages that I'll be adding to it. So that was the concept of it. And I put it at $1.99 just to see. And we went months before I made a single sale. So I was just like, you know what? I'm so happy I tested that out instead of going all in and buying the physical books. 'Cause I guarantee those probably would not have moved. Yeah. So if you're wondering what happened with the physical art book that I talked about years ago, that's what happened. And I understand there's a difference between a physical art book and like digital high-res scans. You know, people like the physical books, but when anyway, so then I gradually started adding more pages to the Infinity Sketchbook, and like I said, I still update it every week now because it's the Infinity Book, and I promised people I would, and I have like I have thousands probably of pages that I haven't scanned in yet that I can keep loading that book up with, right? And then I gradually just kept increasing the price of the Infinity Sketchbook because, I mean, it's over 1,000 pages right now. I'm not going to charge through $2 for 1,000 pages. You know, I think it's at like $20 or something right now, and I think that's probably where I'll cap the price because $20 for a digital item is a lot, in my opinion. And so yeah, very good question. I appreciate you bringing up the sketchbook. That's what happened with that. That was the whole thing. Like I was ready to go. I had a like a. It wasn't like I had a proof made, but it wasn't like a full stitched together book. It was just like it was like the individual pages, but they weren't like splined together. So I got to take a look at what it would actually look like through them. I thought it was pretty cool. You want to see a rare artifact? I was featured in. I technically have been in an art book. This is the volume 1 of the Sad House. I only have one copy of this, and I believe this is the dude who was in charge of this book. I don't think he's really in the game anymore, so this is a pretty rare artifact here. So this was produced around COVID time, and it's me, and I think you'll recognize some of these artists because they have gotten very, very, very popular since anyway, this is like the only physical book that I have my artwork in. You can't get this anywhere, so. Yo, what's good? Hey, Morla, what's up? I'll do a walkthrough of this book one day. Oh, you have it. Okay. Oh, dude, dang. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but a lot of the other artists who are in that book have really, really like flourished in the professional field. So that's cool. Shiro, I appreciate all the support the past was it like 6 months now? Shit. Look. Yeah, so for anyone who has ordered this giant Pokemon drawing, so normally when I get stuff printed, I print them in bulk through a particular company, but because this is more of like a specialty order, I'm only ordering as many that have been ordered, because normally I have to order like 1,000 at a time. I'm not going to do that with this. So I'm still waiting on those to get to me so that I could proof them, and then once they look good, then I actually have to send the file back to the printer, and then they'll send me the stock back, and then I gotta package them, and then I'll ship them out. So it's a bit of a process to get it, but I'm printing these on a crazy higher quality than the other ones that I print. One of the reasons my 24 by 36s, that like the bigger prints that I sell are on a bit of a thinner gloss, was because I had to transport them for conventions. I can't put them on a thick gloss because then I couldn't carry a lot of them. But the specialty order, this shiny one, oh, it's on some heat. It's on some gloss. It's gonna be pretty. I shelled out the extra money to get like the extra gloss on it because I just appreciate, and not just the big ones, the small ones too are gonna be on a thicker, glossier. It's yeah. I shelled out extra money to print these on a nicer stuff. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I don't know if you got my my message on Patreon, but like I said, there's no rush. It's basically I'm just keeping track of how many, and then it's just at your will whenever, because those already belong to you. So it's just like whenever you feel like it. Yeah. So tonight is the last night that the shiny version of this drawing will be available in the online shop. And then I'm putting it in the vault, and then I'm never ever reproducing it ever again. I thought it'd be a really cool collector's item. There's like a level of what would be the word? Like catharsis, I guess would be a good way to describe it. I've been feeling this particular way for a while about the fan art, right? I mean, I started with all originals, and then I only switched over to partial fan art, and then switched over to full fan art, basically right before COVID. Sorry, my bad. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I've been wanting to go back to working on originals, and just kind of stuck in this cycle of like conventions, and then that's the longer you're at conventions, the deeper you're into it, and it's like it calls for certain things with the fan art, right? When it comes to conventions and selling original work, if you're a pretty popular artist, you can get away with doing all originals. I think these days, because everything in the artist alley is so the same, like fucking everything is the same. There's maybe like 4 templates of things, and then just everyone has like clones of that particular thing, right? So I think original art can stand out pretty well these days, but back in the day, no, which is why I had to make the switch. So anyway, getting this project done, there's like a level of like relief that I'm feeling, because now I'm just like, all right, I did the thing that I wanted to. I wanted to do a shiny version of this for so long, and I think it's a nice ending point to these collages. Oh yeah, bringing back up the One Piece every character drawing. I told you all I'm up to doing that, but you guys have talked about it. I'm gonna need some insurance with that. So whenever it is One Piece is done, I'll just start a Kickstarter and be like, I swear to God, I'll be like, I'll do it, If y'all have seen what I can do, how but I need $100,000 in pre-sales. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with that. Yeah. This is such a chill stream, guys. I'm so like, no, every time in the past when we streamed, I was just so like wound up and shit. Look now, look at this. I can just stand here. The drawing is done. I can just stand here. I guess we could. I mean, like, I was gonna say originally I was gonna make this an AMA, but I'm like, I fucking answer all your questions all the time anyway, so it would just be a normal stream. What does everyone have planned for the weekend? Any of my Southern California people, be safe and be careful out there. I have a buddy who lives, give or take, around the Anaheim area. Let's just say that. And he's just like, yeah, man, I have a go bag, like I'm a fucking serial killer. Has all his essentials in there. And he's just like ready to go at like drop of a dime. And I'm just like, dude, I'd have been gone already. I would have got all my important shit. I mean, depending on like if your job lets you leave, right? My nose is bleeding. Is that virtual stuff? Yeah, it's a yeah, it's a Ghost Voices and Better Off Alone mix. Yeah, Porter had played this in one of his DJ sets, and of course somebody recreated it. It's heat. Anyway, my bad. It's hot. Hey, how's it been? I'm doing well. Congrats on finishing this piece. Shout out to Fat Pikachu. Thanks. Yeah, just the shiny recoloring took 90 hours to complete. So we have Gigantamax Pikachu right here. But I did actually draw old school Fat Pikachu here. Right there. With a belly drum. Yeah. If there are any Pokemon that people in the chat want to see, just go ahead and yell them out and see if I can find them. Anyway, what does everyone have planned for the weekend? I do, by the way, I really appreciate people for hanging out with me when I was doing this recoloring. I had mentioned it before that, like, I actually really, of all the collage drawings that I've done, this is like the one that I have like the most connection to, because one, it was the first one, and two, it's the one that has brought me the most, like, I'll guess, success. As it's been the one that's given me the most back, I guess, is the best way to describe it. Yeah, so I know that in the future I only have a couple of more sessions to update this, quote, update it. So, you know, like in a 5 or 6 years, I'll be probably adding Gen 12 or Gen like 10, 11, 12, or maybe I'll wait till 13 or 14. And then after that, we maybe, if I'm lucky, have one more. So I was really like, I don't know, relishing is like too aggressive of a word, but like I was actually really enjoying and not milking because I was still moving as fast as I could. I was just enjoying the entire process of this recolor because I know that like this is like my favorite drawing, and I don't have a lot of other. I don't have too many more sessions with it, so. Hello, everyone in the TikTok. I hope all of you are doing well, and I hope any of you that are addicted to that app can find some peace on Monday morning. Every time you watch a stream, you work on the Every Hero project. That's good. How far are you, or how's it going on your project? I think my wife is texting me. See, now it's cold in this office. You have 60. You have 60 done? That's hella good. That's a lot of characters. Like, I mean, well, congrats on how far you've gotten so far. Oh, I have to introduce y'all to I don't know if you could see it. This is Mr. PC Case Beanie right here. You guys remember I was complaining about my case rattles because it has I have behind this panel here. This is the Fractal Design Meshify 2 case. Behind this panel right here is like drive slots, and I have 3 pretty heavy duty hard drives in there, and they spin pretty aggressively because they're like those NAS rated ones. And what it was doing is it's not the drive, but the vibration is shaking the movement from the drives is shaking this panel right here. So I found that if I just put a little pressure to it, it gets rid of the buzzing. So I'll shove the beanie in there and then like pop the glass on really fast. So now I have a so yeah, we call him Mr. Beanie, Mr. PC Case Beanie. I don't know if you can see him, but he's here. So all I'm saying is boy, it'd be nice to get a new case, which is one of the reasons y'all need to stop by the online shop and pick up one of these pre-orders. I'm just kidding. Even if I made like even if we made like $5,000 in online sales, I still not going to change the case because I ain't trying to take this thing apart again. Have you ever known a mechanic? Because I used to work as an auto mechanic. You ever wonder why mechanics, while they are very skilled, why they drive like the shittiest little car? It's because they don't want to work on it when they get home. You messed up a lot. I messed up a lot along the way, but you learned a lot from watching you and asking questions. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. But 60, that's good. I remember you talking about just starting that. That was like a month ago. If you think about it, that's like averaging 2 characters a day. It's pretty good. Hello, everyone in the TikTok. But why is the TikTok microphone so low? I don't get it. I don't know why it's so low. Anyway. Oh my god. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, for those who know, like, we finished this drawing already. Today's kind of just like the after party. We're just kind of chilling, saying goodbye to this project because, like it says on the screen, at least it doesn't say on the TikTok stream, but it says on the other ones. Yeah, this full shiny version is only available until the end of this stream because I am ending the stream around midnight, and then I'm putting it in the vault, and I'm never gonna produce more of these. This is supposed to be like a special, like 10th anniversary edition kind of, you know what I'm talking about, a little collector's item. So I do appreciate everyone who has picked one up. Yeah, a couple more hours until ending the stream. Yes, so my time, it's about to be 8 p.m. my time, so we have at least 4 hours. I have a bloody nose. Because I've been awake for like 24, skip. I've been awake for like 40 hours. I pretty much just sleep every other day. I do not recommend it. I really don't. What sketchbook am I currently using? So when I'm at home, I'm using one of the Art Alternative. That's the brand, Art Alternative 600-page sketchbook. I think it's literally called Really Big Sketchbook. I think that's what it, like, the literal name is, Really Big Sketchbook. And then when I travel, I don't remember what it's called. It's just some cheap sketchbook, some cheap shit that I got somewhere. Like, it was just some cheap shit I bought on Amazon in like bulk. Because when I travel, I've realized that, like, I like spiral bound. I realized I've had expensive sketchbooks, I've had cheap sketchbooks, and it's like Tupperware. It doesn't matter what you do, it's gonna leak. So I stopped buying, you know, nice sketchbooks for traveling, and then I like the 600-page sketchbooks for home because, one, it's cheaper per page, and then two, they're not spiral bound, so they're easy to stack and store. Yeah, I did a few like challenges where if I could finish a 600-page sketchbook in a month, you know, the Sketchbook Slam challenge. And then after I did those challenges, I realized this is just a good sketchbook to use in general, because then it's like, yeah, it's just easier. We are multi-platform streaming, by the way, so if I'm talking and you have no idea what the hell like I'm referencing, it's somebody else in a different chat. Admittedly, you started this project a long time ago. We got carried away with animation work. So kind of like what I did with my private work, my personal work. Yeah, so like these days it's like, you know, I have a bit of client work these days, which is crazy. This is like the most client work I've ever had, so you should be happy for me. But it's like I'm not used to, because my income always relied majority on private commissions and conventions a lot, and then now I have like I guess this is still private commission work, but they're like bigger projects or like long term kind of thing. By long term to me it means like a couple of months, and I got a bunch of that, and I'm just like, wow, I'm not used to this. Would I do a time lapse of this piece? I have one here. I'll put it up on the screen. Yeah, let me pull that up. Actually, I have it. Let's see. I have it zipped right now. I have it compressed, so I gotta open that up, and then we can watch it. Yes, I still compress my files. And when I'm done working on something, I do zip them, especially when I do screen captures, screen recordings. So I record everything in AV1, right? I don't know if you've ever tried compressing an AV1 MKV file, but you can get it to like a third of the size. It's already small, and then you compress it again. It's like a third the size of that. Shit. This is done in Clip Studio Paint, yeah. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna go ahead and pause that. Oh, dead mouse. TikTok, is this a vertical? Okay. Everyone see it? Yeah, I actually released it as a reel on Instagram and then a short on YouTube. Yeah, so you see, I have my navigator here on the far left side underneath my face cam. I had that up during the entire time we were doing the recoloring. I did that because I knew that I would eventually have to make a vertical video, and it's easier to watch a video where you get to see it get filled in. Because like if you do the normal, like let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna try to not talk over the. Here we go. So this is actually the full bodied version of it. So what we were watching there was just, see this section on the left? That's the, that I trimmed it down to just that. Because I knew that like it's easier to watch this, see this on the left. It's easier to watch that get filled in, because when you time lapse digital art like this and you're just screen capturing it, look, it's just flickering around everywhere. It's not very pleasant to watch, right? So that's why I just said, nope, let's just show that right there. But then just made it really fast. Yeah. Wouldn't be cool some sort of coordinates to locate each Pokemon? Maybe like a PDF with all the coordinates. I used to have like a master list of every Pokemon and all the forms that I put in there. And then I stopped keeping track of it, and I don't. That's the best I could do. But I do have the raw 4K recordings of the entire recoloring. Oh man. Oh god. I want that. Oh, I want that 5090 so bad. If I can nerd out with you guys for a little bit. I want that thing so bad, but I'm never gonna get one. As in, like I'm physically never gonna be able to get a hold of one because people are gonna scalp them with bots and shit. But yeah, more like even if you started it a long time ago, it's still like you still got it done though, like or you're still getting it done. You know, when the drawing is done, when it's completely done, no matter how long it took you, there's not gonna be like a timestamp on it. It's just gonna be done, right? And the people who are looking at it or consuming it, they're not gonna care how long it took, unless it's like an impressive number, right? And you want to brag about it like I do. But nobody has to fucking know, right? Yeah, Morla in the YouTube chat is doing a drawing of every hero character. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Yeah. The poses of the Pokemon is similar to your non-shiny Pokemon print. Oh yeah, it's actually I just used the same line art from the non-shiny version. Let me working layers. What am I doing? I could just pull up the picture. I don't need to mess with the file. Yeah, so I just took the line art of the non-shiny version. And then that I use that to recolor everything. Yes, it's the same line art, recolored shiny, but I did clean up some of the line art. Like there's certain Pokemon where I just like I just wanted to clean them up a bit, and I'll show you right here. I'll give you one example. I did it on quite a few. I think maybe like 10 of them got a facelift. Where is it? So here, we'll use Roselia as one example. So yeah, started with the exact same line art, but then I gave certain Pokemon a bit of a cleanup job. But then I just, oh shit, where'd it go? Oh my god, why can't I find? Oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. We're getting closer. Here it is. Okay. See the difference? My nose is bleeding. I would say it's because I'm dehydrated, but it's probably because my brain is leaking out of my nose. So the question is, you've been doing full body PNGs of each of the characters you're doing on your piece? Oh, okay, so you're doing it. They're individual drawings, and they could be treated as individual drawings on your. I'm talking about your drawing, not this. Individual drawings, and then like keeping them together. Well, I'll show you a couple more. Let's see a couple more of the facelifts. Yeah, this will. What was another really good facelift? Oh, you know what? The other good facelift was, here we go. Ranboo. Hey, TikTok chat. How's it going? Jim. Do I like playing the Pokemon games? Oh, the previous facelift was more obvious. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's more obvious for sure, but like you could still tell like there's a bit of a like a on model difference. That I wanted to clean up. We could find. Oh, I know a really good one. Actually, I know a couple of really good ones here. Look at the evolutions. Ah. So individual PNGs is cool for social media feed. Well, honestly, it didn't help when half the characters get covered in the massive. Oh, that's right. So what I'm talking about right now is Morla in the YouTube chat is also doing one of these types of drawings, but they're doing all the heroes from Yu-Gi-Oh, and you are drawing full bodies of everybody so that you can kind of have them individually to like share or whatever if you want to make individual prints of them. But what I'm saying is your project will go way faster if you just committed to like not if you committed all your line art to like one layer, and then you know what I mean. That way, when the characters start getting behind each other, you end up only having to draw like half a character, right? So it's like you said there's like 160 characters, but if you only do half of some of them, you actually only have like 90 characters, right? So I don't know if that's gonna motivate you, but are you streaming right now on TikTok and other platforms? Yeah, I'm streaming onto TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch right now. Normally I'm on normally we're doing Twitch, Kick, Rumble, Trovo, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. But today I'm just like, nah, we'll just do these three. TikTok was going to get banned in the US, right? That's to my understanding, yes. In a couple of days, I believe it's Sunday, but I'm actually not keeping up with it too much. I'm not like hardcore into TikTok. I just copy paste my stuff there, and then have I heard about Kick? Why? What's going on with Kick? I mean, I'm aware of Kick, and I stream on Kick as part of like my multi-streaming thing. But well, they got some shit going on right now. Oh, here. This one's interesting. This facelift is interesting here.
Sometimes these memories pull us under. We get lost talking days gone by.
Yeah, I include Kick. Because I know the potential audience on Kick is pretty good. So what I did with this facelift was for Squirtle, see how the leg is kind of sitting back and it makes it look like he's about to fall over? All you have to do with that is move the leg out a little bit and he looks so much more stable here. That's one of those little things that nobody but me is going to notice. And then, you know, War Turtle's proportions, like he tapers really too much on the arms and legs. And then like that facial expression is cool, but I wanted to see his eyes. I wanted to see his face. So, yeah. Is Twitch still my preferred? I actually, for streaming, I think Twitch is more like streamlined. I like Twitch, but that's could be because I'm used to it. I think that you have to do both, Twitch and YouTube. I don't think doing one works anymore. Just for me, I can't speak to other people because it's like I get a lot of views on my Twitch streams, but you know nobody goes to Twitch and watches the VODs. So those VODs end up getting not a crazy amount of views, but a decent amount of views on YouTube. Enough, it earns, my VODs earn enough pennies on YouTube so that cumulatively it's like it's worth it. Yeah. Will the facelifts eventually be applied to the non-shiny version of the previous Pokemon? Oh, so here's the timeline of the Pokemon project. The non-shiny that I have available right now is gonna be like that, and that's it until maybe Gen 12, probably Gen 12, maybe 13. And the reason I'm waiting on doing any kind of Pokemon update to this is because look how many characters there are. I could add 2 generations of Pokemon to this right now. This is the non-shiny one. I could add 2 generations of Pokemon to it right now. You wouldn't even notice because there's so much going on. So the next update I do has to be like substantial. It has to be a lot of Pokemon. Like we got lucky with that. The Gigantamax were very big and it was really different, and I got to utilize them as like the frame of the image, so it helped with the composition. So that was like really lucky. Who knows what kind of weird shit we're gonna get. So to me, I'm just like Gen 12 would probably be the earliest I would even consider, because we need a lot of Pokemon. I'm talking about I want this. I need it to look totally different by the time that happens. But when that happens, eventually, I am gonna take the new line art that I did on the shiny piece, and I'll take the line art that I have, the updated one on the shiny piece, and then that will be applied to the new one, and then we'll be adding stuff. So so this the new cleaned up facelift line art stuff on the shiny one will eventually carry over to whatever next version I do, but that's gonna be like minimum 5 years from now, 6 years from now, if you know. I know for a fact eventually we will, but it's not worth thinking about right now. Had all the line art on one layer. Yes. So what I normally do is I have one layer that has all the line art, and then when I draw something new, I usually draw it on a separate layer. And then when everything looks good, I flatten them together. I heard this is the last Pokemon stream. Anyways, just want to say hi. Or hey. Thank you for your dedication. No, I appreciate you checking them out. It's really, really hard to get eyeballs to my artwork these days. More so than it's ever been. So people who do, like, give a like and hang out or even buy stuff, dude, I appreciate it. I never take that for granted. Yeah, sounds like eventually it will be updated, but in a long time, about 5 years. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want it has to be at least Gen 12. Unless, like, even, it has to be a lot. Like, I don't want to just trickle Pokemon in here anymore. I want, like, if I do something to this, it needs to be massive. It needs to be massive. You know, getting 100 Pokemon is not going to cut it. I need there to be like 400 Pokemon and new Gigantamax or new Megas added. You know, I need some crazy shit. And until that happens, I'm not going to touch this thing. But one day we will. And when that happens, I may or may not facelift everybody. I'm not committing to this right now, but I just want to express to you what I was feeling when I was doing the facelift on these Pokemon. So here, let me pull up the original version. Hold on, hold on. Let me hold on. Let me. Yeah, it's gonna be longer than 5 years, right? Because Pokemon, they're finally slowing down on the releases. I think they finally got the message. Okay, let me show you what the So this is what the original version looked like. The very, very first one. That's what it looked like. You could see I was on a really weak computer at the time, so the resolution was not that great. This is like the raw version of it. Yeah, so there's some charm. There's some charm to it, right? You hold on. Somebody's saying, mind if I suggest something with a lot of characters if you're looking for something like that? Are you talking about if I'm interested in a suggestion for the next collage? I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but like I mentioned earlier, the reason I'm pushing this Pokemon piece like so hard, one, it's it's like my baby. It's 10 years old now, but like, yeah, you're not gonna see a lot of fan art from me for a while. Totodile in the original one. All right. Black Mist, what's up? Yeah, so okay, my bad. Black Mist, I'll show you the Totodile family and the shiny one, and then I have something to say about the facelifts. Right there. So when we did the shiny version, Malcolm, what's up? When we did the shiny version, I did a bit of reworking, cleaning up some of the faces on some of the Pokemon because... Oh, my bad. Yeah, both of the... God damn it. Where is it? Okay, so my bad. I have so many windows open, I can't find it. Yeah, so the original one is right here. And then when I did the Sun and Moon update to this, I didn't just add to it. I fucking went in and redrew it because by that time I had a more powerful computer. I could up the resolution. So I basically used this old version as like the undersketch and I redrew all of it. So that's why it looks pretty similar. And even then I did facelift a lot of them at the time. But that's just still like 2017, 2018. That's why I still get weird looking Pokemon here and there, right? And when I was doing the facelifts during the shiny redraw, I was thinking, dude, by the time in like 5 years from now, by the time then my line art is gonna be so good, I think I would have to just facelift everybody. That's what my mindset was. Anyway, Shadow Mewtwo, yeah. And someone was talking about the saturation. I'll get to Shadow Mewtwo in a second. So you see the original one, and then even now, this is the non-shiny version that I sell prints of. Saturation is pretty good. It's a little bit more controlled than here. Like this was way too cranked up. Like it looks like this on screen, but when you print it, it gets even more aggressive. So I dialed it back just a tiny bit. And the current version, the non-shiny version, looks like this, and it's like the perfect balance. It's high saturated, but it's not like it doesn't hurt your eyes. So that's what that looks like. The shiny version, I actually went with a darker background, but a less saturated set of colors for all the characters. I wanted it to look a little softer, right? A little bit more calm, which is why I went with it's like a gray background. Plus, a lot of the shiny Pokemon are either some kind of light green, or they're pink, or they're white, or they're gray. So there's actually not a lot of aggressive colors in the shiny palettes. So a lot of them were already going to be kind of pale looking. So I had to think about that before starting. You were looking for Shadow Mewtwo. Am I still working on that TCG stuff? Nah. Nah, I fumbled that shit. I'll admit it. For those who don't know, we could talk about this. Who gives a shit? We talk about this. One of the things that I've always wanted to do was have my artwork on cards. I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. You know, I like Magic. I suck. You know, I used to collect Spider-Man. I used to collect Marvel cards. Like cards have always been like my addiction. Like that's why I have to uninstall Master Duel and I can't play that fucking Pokemon Pocket game. So one of my boys hit me up, I think about a year and a half ago, and it was he offered me. I didn't have to go to him. He offered me some work on their new TCG and to do some artwork. And I was just like, fuck, dude, I would love to have some of my artwork on there. But at the time, that was at the peak of my wife's cancer, and it was just like, you know, you guys remember how busy I basically whatever lack of sleep I have now, it was that like minus times like 10. So I was really irresponsible. I should have told my homie I don't have time. I should have just told him that. So it's my fault. That's why I said I fumbled it. I should have told him I didn't have time. If you're still interested, hit me back in like 6 months to a year, right? That's what I should have told him. But I wanted to have my work on cards so bad. I said yes. And then I ended up missing some deadlines. And now it's just like, so rightfully so, they didn't want to work with me anymore because my fault, I fucked it up. But I knew that I was too busy and I was being like irresponsible. So that's what happened with that. So I wasted a bunch of people's time and then made myself look bad when I should have just said, nah, hit me up in like 6 months. Yep, so that's what happened with that. Thank you for asking. I still have they sent me a giant box of their cards, and I never opened them. I mean, I guess like, and they're like, I don't know if they're like first editions. They're like, it's a set. Okay, they sent me this box of cards before the release of the game. So, I mean, basically I'm just kind of like keeping them in storage in case the game starts to pop off. And then guess what? I got this early access set of cards. that cheddar. So this game's gonna get me paid one way or another, you know. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure I'll get another chance, especially if I aim for it. If my goal is to have my artwork on cards, I will make it happen. I'm just saying, like, that was a really cool opportunity, and you know, you can't point fingers at like, you know, the sickness or time, anything. Because like the real solution would have been for me to just been like, things going on. You gotta wait like 6 months, and then I'll help you out. So, anyway. Yeah, that's what happened with that, man. That's the thing about being an artist is I know some artists, and I'm like this, because it's like when you get an opportunity to get like a commission or something, that's basically somebody saying, I'm gonna give you money. It's really hard to turn that down, right? It doesn't matter how much money you have, you always want more, right? So I know a lot of artists who take more work than they could handle. I'm not going to drop his name, but fucking, he told me he had 28 commissions, and I was just like, how long how long does a commission take you to do? And he was just like, well, I have a lot of studio work and I do conventions, so it might take me like a week. I was like, bro, are you saying it's gonna take me like a year to clear these commissions? And he was already behind by like months. I'm like, dude, at that point, just fucking email them and be like, can't. I'm gonna give you that money back. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some artists, and I'm guilty of this. Obviously, I'm guilty. I just told you I did it, and that wasn't even that long ago. I have many instances where I took on work that I shouldn't have. So it's just hard, right? Because it's like they show interest in you, and then they want to give you money. What are you gonna say? Fuck you. Like, you say, you know, that's like that goes back to that whole thing where like if somebody says, you know how people, you know, a lot of artists are not confident about their work, and then somebody comes up and they're like, I really like your work, you're really good, and in response you're like, no, I'm not great. You're basically telling them that they're stupid for liking your work. Don't do that. Somebody compliments your work, you just have to take it with stride. If you ever had the opportunity, I would absolutely commission you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I will be sure to be on top of it if I to make sure that I can I can add that workload. I actually had two conventions coming up. The one that the Sooner one was supposed to be next weekend in Burbank, California. It was a Ninja Turtles convention. But you know, everything is burned down there, so I I hope everyone is doing well. But at the same time, I'm like, shit, I wanted that paycheck. Uh, yeah, right. Someone's like, I really like your artwork. You're just like, wow, I don't even like my own artwork. You fucking idiot. Why? Get out of here. Get out of here. You have a few friends who had to evacuate. I have a buddy right now who has his go bag ready. He's just like, as soon as work says we don't got to go in, I'm going to bounce. Then I told him, because he just bought a new computer, I told him, you better learn to take your GPU out, because that shit is gold right now. You need to take that shit out and then come home with it. Yeah, I'm hella far from the fires. I'm not. Oh, my bad. I think I'm like my bad if I'm clipping on the mic. It looks like it's going real red right now. My bad. Bad guys. No, I'm far from the fires. I live in an area, California, where we don't experience any of the problems that any of the other places have. We just get nothing. We get like tiny bits of everything, but not enough of anything. I'm in the valley. Like, fucking no floods, hardly after shakes of an earthquake. You know what I'm talking about? Like no fires because there's no trees anywhere. Like I got nothing here. Got an international airport down the road. 3 hours to San Francisco, 3 hours to LA. The self artwork limit is funny, but it's true. I mean, I don't know when I got over that. I like everyone, all artists, I guess, kind of go through that at some point, but a lot of us grow out of it. Some people don't. I don't know where it was when I went from like, oh, I don't deserve this praise, to now I'm just like, look at all these fucking Pokemon. Fucking buy this shit. Go to my store, cause this shit is heat. I'm not literally telling you guys to go to the store. I am reenacting overconfident Chris. I mean, you have to have a level of confidence to go draw in front of crowds without a pet, like without an undersketch, trying to be fucking Kim Jong-gi, right? So I don't know when it happened. That's probably a gradual thing. You know what it is? So to go back to the whole, like, I was doing live performance artwork, and I remember the first time I did that, I was like super duper duper, not nervous. I was just doubting my ability. It was on an 8 foot by 8 foot canvas, and it was like at a night market, and I wanted to do like a Kim Jong-gi. I was trying to be fucking Kim Jong-gi, right? No pencil more, no nothing, none of that. I was just going straight in with a brush pen, and I wasn't nervous to be in front of people. My gut issue was like I was questioning my ability at the time, but I went in there and I did it anyway. And I think putting myself, and I did that quite a few times with live drawings. I guess this goes for everything, but like forcing myself into uncomfortable situations has like really made me grow as an artist, and I think that has like that like pushes your confidence as an artist, which will make you like more confident to do your art, which will help you progress in your skill faster. Almost didn't get that out. When it comes to your style, my general opinion on that is don't go out looking for a style. Now, if you want to go out and try to come up with some cool character designs for like an OC or something, that's different. But, you know, some people are like, well, I want my style to kind of be like this or like that. I'm like, if you're gonna go look for it, you're not gonna find it. Nobody. When has anyone found a style while they're intentionally looking for it? Name one fucking person. You know, what your style actually is the culmination of all the things that you've practiced and studied. So, for example, I like the way Art Germ draws eyes. So I spent a lot of time when I first started drawing, watching his live streams, copying and trying to understand why he structured his eyes like that when he draws them. Like they're slightly anime, but slightly anatomically correct. And I dissected it. And now when I draw eyes, I still kind of draw them that way. I'll fucking do it right now. I think I won't. Right? So, what's Art Germ like to do? So when Art Germ draws eyes, they're always kind of like more or less like that. And he always makes sure to keep the because the under part of your lid, it's not like flat. There's like a little bit of skin there. You know what I mean? It's not like that. So he likes to keep that there. And then, so now that's basically my default for when I draw eyes. I do like to alter it a little bit because I try to not keep it like exactly like his. And then let's see, I like the way what's his name? Takahiro Kagami draws hands. So his fucking hands. He's the guy who does Yu-Gi-Oh hands, by the way. So I studied his. That's why his hands are always just like, huh. Anyway, so you do all these studies, right? You practice and you take from, well, you don't steal, but you try to understand the way things are done by other artists or like shows or comics that you read or whatever. And then you take all those things, and then a bit of your personality will sprinkle a little bit of your personality spice on top of it, and that is what ultimately becomes your style. So you can go out and try and look for it, but at the end of the day, you're not going to draw eyes in a way that you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a big fan when it comes to like posing. I like are you guys familiar with Bengus, the Street Fighter? Um, his characters tend to have this hip forward pose, and I studied it quite a lot, but I still didn't get proficient at it. But like his characters he has a lot of hip forward poses. A lot of people will gesture their characters like chest forward, right? So like let's take like Toriyama. Toriyama puts his character's chest forward, right? But Bengus, like, he puts hip forward, and he always does like kind of a flat chest, and he always slumps the shoulders forward, but they always look so good. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's yeah. So um oh, it's drawing so many Dragon Ball characters when you're younger, damage. I mean, a lot of people when they draw, okay, like Dragon Ball still influences the way I draw the human body. Um, oh man, I like Street Fighter Alpha, but I mean it's basically the same thing because it was around the same time frame. But yeah, so like Dragon Ball still influences the way that I draw. That's one of the reasons I actually prefer the Dragon Ball, the Super Broly movie. That style, oh, that style is fucking. Oh my god, that's the best, the best. I don't know Goku's pose. Is it? I love the art style. There were parts of that fight that were moving, like the camera was moving too much. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where it almost became like unreadable. And I get it, they're fast. I get it. By the way, like I love that movie, the Super Broly movie. It's in my opinion the best looking piece of Dragon Ball animation, like of all time. From original Dragon Ball to Super, like I think it's the best looking thing. I gotta say though, man, power scaling in Dragon Ball still annoys me, man. I know that by this point you gotta get over it, right? But I'm just like, look, there's no way that this guy, I don't care how legendary you are of a Super Saiyan, um, you're not putting a finger on Goku Blue. Like you're not. It's just not gonna happen. Like that's some bullshit, right? Like, all right. So like what you were saying, more like so I did a drawing of every Rick and Morty character, and it absolutely I had to like train myself to undo the damage it did because I ended up drawing all my mouths like that. Like no matter who, like I could draw like a. I've been doing that kind of shit for like weeks afterwards. I had to like train myself to undo that. You know what? I didn't watch a superhero movie yet. Okay, I've already expressed my opinions about Gohan. I the reason I don't like Gohan is because he keeps getting free power ups. Why have I not watched it yet? There's a lot of stuff I haven't watched. I just don't have time. Basically, if I can't listen to it, to kind of like look up at it every now and then while I'm working, because I'm just at my computer. I'm at this fucking desk all the time. If I'm not, the only reason I'm not at this desk is if I'm hanging out with my family. That's it. Those or I'm at a convention. Those are the only like three places I exist, right? And I want to watch that movie. I want to sit down with like a pizza and watch it. You know what I mean? So I don't want to just run it in the background and just like there's certain things that I want to sit down and watch. Like Cyberpunk, I want to or Pluto. Um, what else? I haven't finished Arcane because I wanted to sit. Um, detected inactivity. Get the fuck out of here. TikTok tried to kick me off stream because it said I was being inactive. Because I guess TikTok needs you to be jumping around and dancing and jiggling shit to be identified, to get noticed as moving. So anyway, we got that fixed. All right, so really quick, I've talked about this before, but I'm gonna talk about it again. With Gohan, that's some bullshit. Like early Gohan, he had the hidden potential. That's cool. I get it, right? Um, it was like a superpower. You know what I mean? It was like, and then they go to Namek. He gets the Guru power up, and they specifically say this unleashes your potential. And right after that, Gohan's going toe to toe with the Ginyu Force. I'm just like, alright, that's cool, you know. And then by the time Cell Saga comes around, he goes Super Saiyan 2. Nah, this that real potential. This is it for real though. For real, for real. This is it right here. All right, cool. And then Then he just jumps ahead of everybody for no reason again, right? And then the next arc, he's been taking it easy, so his power level's really low. That's kind of fun, right? He has to come get it back, right? And ultimately, how's he get it back? Fucking just pulls a sword out of stone. Oh, here, sit here for like a day. Now you're ultimate Gohan. Now you know that potential we were talking about before. You know that old shit. This that new shit. This that new potential shit. You don't even have to. You don't have to go Super Saiyan. This is everything you could possibly be. Is right here. You are the ultimate Gohan. Everything you are, everything right here. It's not enough to beat Boo. Fair. Go into Super. He's been loafing around again. He's like deep powered, and I'm like, that's fine. That's what he is. And then before they go to the tournament, he gets another fucking up. I'm just like, come on. Now he's the leader. I'm like, God, no. Those remade scenes from Dragon Ball Z they showed in Daima episode 1. Yeah, what about them? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the half of the first episode of Daima is just going over Z. Which I don't know. I think at this point you don't really need to re-explain Z to people, right? So anyway, that's my problem with Gohan. It's just like if you want to make him underpowered, that's cool. But stop saying that this is his real potential. He doesn't need to kill everybody. Oh yeah, and then don't even get me started on Superhero. I didn't watch Superhero, but I know what happens in it. So is that real potential Gohan? Is that the strongest now? You know what I'm talking about? With Goku and Vegeta, it's different because like they do train the hardest out of all of them. And because they train with each other, it would make sense that they get the biggest boost, right? And they're training with fucking Whis, so obviously they should be the strongest one. But you're telling me that like, and I think they said that by the time the Tournament of Power came around, didn't they say Gohan was the strongest one in on Team 7? Some shit like that. And I'm just like, can't do that. I know it's dumb to get worked up over like Dragon Ball power scaling, right? But you asked me how I felt about Gohan, and that's how I feel about it. You know who's a bot? Tien. The fact that he didn't instantly die against Boo, he like, I think he tanked 2 shots before he died, some shit like that. I respect that way more than Gohan. Tien never stopped training. He's just got rolled a bad hand for being like kind of human. Oh, he was tied with Super Saiyan Blue, but still, that's too much. I don't think there should be anybody who gets close to Blue, except another Blue. Just like the all the female Saiyans, right? They should be nowhere near base form anybody from Universe 7. But we're talking specifically. Let's just talk about specifically Goku. They shouldn't. Welcome to Dragon Ball Rant, guys. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Now we're just gonna talk about this for a little bit. They shouldn't be anywhere near base form Goku. Nobody should be near base form Goku except for Jiren and his boys. Yeah, but what about Goten though? What about Goten? All right, hold on real quick, guys. Okay, so we are in the middle of baking some fresh bread, and the timer went off, and I have to go roll the dough. So, uh, I'm going to leave you guys with. We're not ending the stream. I'm going to leave you guys with an important link. I don't want you to look at what the link says. I just want you to click it. Um, but yeah, I love to keep talking about Dragon Ball when I get back. It's gonna take me about 10 minutes to roll the dough because I gotta roll it and put it in the oven, and then once the bread is fresh done, I'll actually bring it here onto the stream so you guys can see it. Okay. Uh, anyway, I'm not gonna play the music when I'm not around. So, okay. I'm out of jokes. I've used all my jokes. Smoke. Okay. I shall return with some fresh. No, it's gonna take half an hour. I'm gonna return with some bread in the oven. Okay. Uh, Give me a second. I just finished hold on. Yeah, I had to step away for a second to well, I was baking some bread. So, uh my bad. Let me go wash up my hands real quick. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay, we have returned. The bread is baking. It's going to take, give or take, like 30 minutes. I don't know how much time is left. I think it's like 25 minutes left. And I have to go back out there, and then it'll cook for another 10 minutes, and then you gotta let it sit for a bit, and I'll bring in the freshly baked bread because your boy makes his own bread now. I'm gonna go back and see what I missed in the comments. What am I up to right now? Honestly, we're just hanging out, and I'm full honesty. I'm just spamming. Like this is the last time I'm going to be working on this piece, and today's the last day it's going to be available because this shiny version I'm actually going to put it in the vault and retire it after today. It was available for a whole 4 weeks, plenty of time, and this whole stream is just about me trying to convince people to buy it. That's it. It's one of the last pieces of fan art you're gonna get from me for a long time, so I'm just like, let's see, I missed. Guess who's back in Res? Yes. Hold up. Venting at Anime 13. Yeah. Reef boards. I have a table for Anime next year. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. It depends. I have another potential show that weekend. If I don't get into that potential, I'll go to Anime. Oh, y'all! I was like, okay, what? I was gonna scroll up in the chat, and I was like, what did I miss? And it's just a bunch of weeb shit. Oh, it's Corona. What's up? So what's up? You make chief yet? What? What you doing? What's up? Do you know where Clefairy? Yeah. So there's the two big ones, and then oh, wait. There you go. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you have a good evening. But yeah, Corona, we will catch up in person when the time comes. Okay, yeah, we'll catch up on details when we're in person, assuming I go to that event. I missed a lot of conventions last year. Like I was signed up for a lot of them, but for obvious reasons, I had to stay home. I ended up missing quite a few of them, and then I actually missed a couple more of them because like flights. You guys remember what happened in New York? Oh my god. Best of luck on the next projects. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I I promise that what I got coming up next, at the very least, will be interesting. That's the best I can tell you. Quick question. Yeah, what's up? I want to also say hello to the TikTok chat. I was AFK for a little bit, um, but I'm back. I hope all of my TikTok addicts can find some type of peace in themselves come Monday when you no longer have this. And I know the Red Note, everyone's switching over to that. I have an account there. I don't understand how to. I have to go watch a tutorial on how to set up my account with that because everything is written in Takeout. So anyway, so my TikTok people, you know that you're addicted to that app, right? Like you know you're addicted to, like you know that you over here, you know what I'm talking about? TikTok getting, I don't know exactly the extent it's going to be shut down, if it's going to be inoperable, if you're just no longer available in the Play Store kind of deal, you know? I don't know if it's just no longer downloadable, if it's going to be shut down server wise here, but use this as an opportunity to cold turkey an addiction. You know, as someone who used to partake in particular things, actually, cigarettes was probably the thing I did the most. However, I heavily partook in a lot of things. Once you get clean, you don't want to go back. And there's a lot of you TikTokers out there, fucking addicts. Crazy. This is like the best thing that could happen to you. It's like when when people like in movies, they want to detox their friend, so they strap them to a bed overnight, and they're all sweaty, and they wake up the next day and they're all perfect. Even though it takes a lot longer than that, but I mean, for the sake of TV shows, that's what y'all need to be doing. So, I love you, TikTok chat, but that's fucking crackheads. So I have a question here on the TikTok of the Twitch chat. The question is, do you ever feel like you're at a stalemate with yourself professionally? I'm sure you still have goals. How do you get past the ceiling when it's just stale? Um, I don't know. For me, I am always moving forward. Sometimes it's slower than I want, but for me, I'm always moving forward. That's kind of the beauty of my particular craft of being an artist. Even if you're not producing a lot of artwork, you see, I don't produce a lot of complete artwork, but I am studying and practicing all the time. That's why my skill set has improved quicker than a lot of other artists. However, when it comes to body of work, a lot of other artists have way more than I do. So with my particular craft, anything that you're doing in regarding drawing and practicing, it all moves you forward. So you never feel too much like you're at a standstill, like you're stale. Um, but I think I get a little oh, not the word is concerned, but when it comes to being stale with the professional side of things, as in like making more money or getting certain clients, that can get really frustrating. That's actually not like the most important thing to me. Um, you guys have always known like the thing I care about is just getting really good at the craft, and then all that other stuff I whatever. But yeah, I feel like that a lot with that side of it. Look, I'll give you this fucking Pokemon drawing for an example. This is a really elaborate drawing that people have followed for a decade now, and I've put so much work into it. And you know, I love this drawing. It's a very personal drawing to me. But sales wise, this thing will get bodied by a pin that somebody made of like a half open cup of ramen. You know, so how do I get past that? I will let you know when I figure that out. But the thing that I care about is the actual craft of drawing. So I'm always moving ahead with that. That's why I personally never feel stale in that aspect. Yeah. Now, if you're working a job where you don't have as much control, like if you're working a 9 to 5, you know, you're not really in control of like how much you're gonna make, you know, because you have fixed hours and a fixed salary, a fixed amount of pay per hour. You know, it takes years for a boss to die for you to move up, right? Especially, I don't know if you're still out, if you're still active duty. I mean, hurry up and wait is part of your job, right? Especially in the Navy. Like that's like that needs to be one of your fucking that's like one of your duties is to just wait around. Like literally just stand there. Oh, okay. So Shiro says, the sister is addicted. Hopefully, she'll be. Is your sister gonna hop over to a different platform? Once TikTok is gone, dude, this is gonna be like we have young people who are going to have to detox. I don't think it's gonna be very pretty because, okay, I had a discussion with an artist. Like by discussion, I mean I left a comment, they responded, and we had a back and forth for like 20 minutes, and then they blocked me and they deleted all the stuff. Anyway, so the in short, it was that particular artist, it's a she, but I'm not gonna say what their business would like, what they do. But they're an artist, and majority of the income comes from TikTok. You know, eyeballs on TikTok, and she's going off on this rant about like how it's not fair, you know, that like I'm basically gonna not be able to have any income now because they whatever. And I was just on some shit, and I was just like, it's called losing your job. People, it happens to people every fucking day, and you can imagine where it went from there. So I instigated it. It was my fault, but I was on some other shit the other day. So a half cup of ramen. Yeah, a half cup of ramen in the shape of a pin. Not even a pin, a sticker. Will body sales of this whole drawing. People will just get VPNs and continue doing the TikTok thing. Yeah. Ooh, wonder which. Yeah, there's gonna be workarounds, right? Anyway, yeah, the whole thing, I was just like, you gotta, I guess I was the asshole in that situation again. I was on some other shit that day. I was like, yeah, that's called fucking losing a job. It happens to everybody at some point. But you don't fucking know me. Don't explain to me. You already know how you feel about TikTok. Yeah, man. I just like, I don't know. If you at the end of the day, skills always pay the bills. Whether your skill is like uh being an artist, or if you're a good electrician, you know, or you're good with dogs and you can work with animals, like you have some kind of skill. The problem is the majority of these people got no skills, and they never had the chance, they never even got the chance to develop skills because they started making money online at a young age. So part of it's not really their fault. Let's say you're in high school, and the kids these days are on their shit, and they start making money off that. There's, if you're making money on, like, let's say you're 17 and you're making like sponsored level money out of in high school and to out of high school, there's no reason why you would ever be like, I'm gonna go do something else at that age. Hell nah. So it's kind of not their fault that they're fucking idiots. But yeah, with any app, you just gotta move to your audience and every. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I guess it's easier for me to say because I don't really. I hang out with you guys on here, right? And nobody else online. Like, I don't really have to worry about bringing too much of a crowd over anywhere. You know what I mean? So I guess it's easy for me to say, but if like somebody who has like millions of followers, no wait, fuck that, should be easier for them. You got millions of followers, and then oh no, this platform that I use for free. All right, so on the other day I was on that shit. I'm still a little bit. Y'all want to know? It's like I certain degrees of frustration when it comes to my work, my fan artwork specifically, my private artwork, my original stuff. I have no feelings, ups or downs about it. That's mine. I love it. But like with my fan stuff, I do the fan art. I enjoy the topics of the fan art that I do, but ultimately I do them to provide for myself and my family, right? And as I get older, oh my god, dude, as I get older, I'm just like, get off my lawn. You know what I mean? With your fucking bullshit. And yeah, man, I'm getting to this weird point. And you know what it is? I've been on social media too much the past month because I've been really pushing the Pokemon streams and the pre-sales of this piece. The past month, I've been on social media a lot, like a lot, and it has turned me very grumpy, like really grouchy. It's turned me green. The color green for a lot of things. That's not cool. And I just can't like switch it off. But I have to be on there to answer questions. People are like, oh, there's a link to the shop. You know what I mean? So anyway, when we're done here tonight, my ass is gonna be gone from social for a hot minute. Because I need to wash my brain out for a little bit. It's bad, dude. It's bad. Like, I'm just like, my wife even pointed it out. She's like, "You fucking grouchy," and I was like, "Fuck you, bitch! I fucking grouchy." This happens though all the time. It's about making a transition to YouTube. Remember Vine? Yeah, it goes. I mean, we were all having a blast on MySpace, and then it's just like turned into some weird music site. You know what I'm talking about? It happens on all platforms. I've been saying it for a long time. Like saying eventually TikTok will have its time. It'll go out. I didn't think it was going to go out like this, in this manner, but Eventually, it would go out, just like everything else. And whatever takes its place in a few years, that'll be gone. So it's not a big deal. Um, but yeah. So anyway, I've been spending a lot of time on social media, and I could like feel how much it's how much I'm allowing it to. I'm not gonna ever point my finger and be like, "This made me feel bad." I'm letting it. I'm allowing it to like get in my head and bother me. You know. So it's like, I'm gonna be frank with it. I look at some people and I'm just like, your skills are primitive at best. How do you own that house with your artwork? It's what I'm like, you know what I'm saying? That's bad. You can't do that. But that's the effect that social has been having on me lately. And it's just crazy. Because like those kinds of thoughts never were going through my head. I was so focused on other stuff. And then I'm over here the past, well, we have 4 weeks now, right? Working on trying to push this project online. And it's just like, I'm like bleeding out of my ears, man. Feeling bad about myself and shit. Yeah. But I know it's like surface level shit. I don't actually believe that stuff. I'm like just feeling it. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking nah. You're going to bed, Shiro. It was great to see the finale and looking forward to the print. Yeah, yeah. And again, the print will be signed. It's on extra gloss. I'm actually taking the time to have it proof before I send it off, and it's gonna be nice. Yeah, I appreciate it. And again, whenever you're ready with the Patreon stuff, just take your time. Thank you so much. All right. So Corona over here in the Twitch PC crash gave me some good insight and a little bit more clarity than what you've been feeling. Long story short, got an honorable discharge. Hey man, that's like the best you could hope for. I won't go into it, but mine was not honorable. So that's what. As I get older, I'm more comfortable talking about it. But like, yeah, man. And it's not what you wanted. You wanted to try to make Master Chief. Oh, I mean, everybody goes in wanting to be. Everybody wants in going to get, you know. You have images of your head in your head. You're like, man, when I'm old and gray, you know, I'm gonna actually have like. You get that little eagle. But yeah, a few chances to try to do CHP or police, and you know. Oh, I'm thinking of a different Shiro then. That's on me then. Okay. Patreon is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So it's somebody else. My bad. Well, then I have two different Shiros that are showing me a lot of support, which I think is actually better. There's just one. So. My bad. Apologize about that. All right, good night. Hold on. I gotta read this message in the Twitch chat. My wife and I were talking about a month back. She told me to do your business full time and school if you wanted to. Just went back with it. I don't know why. Just feels right. It's weird because you're not used to working for yourself. You're used to taking orders and getting paid, not me doing the work and selling the brand. Yeah, you know,
Do you think I want this?
like being your own boss and being the one to produce you're designing, you're producing, you're designing, you're producing, you are taking care of production, like physical production, and then you're in charge of distribution. You know, that's like it's like if you cook crystal and no, that's a bad example, but you know what I'm talking about. That's like you were the dealer and the supplier, and different. I mean, it's different personality types, man. Like some people, like I immediately took well to not being so under somebody's like thumb. Like when I started my art thing, immediately I was just like, oh, I'm comfortable taking control of everything. I'm comfortable taking care of all these emails and all this paperwork and trying to email people and get client work and make YouTube videos and but some people are not comfortable with that. So it's something you might have to learn to get used to, a little bit of practice. Also, if being self-employed is only good if your boss doesn't suck. You know what I'm saying? If you're not good at time management, you're not good at managing all that kind of stuff. Self-employment, it's gonna be rough, but it's all stuff that you'll learn over time. Yeah, but anyway, just be happy that you got the proper, honorable. You know they try to scare you when they're just like, again, I'm not gonna get into your business. I don't know what happened, but you know, they try and scare you, where they're just like, if you get dishonorable, you can't get a fucking job at McDonald's, motherfucker. Like, you know, you remember? You get fucking, you fucking. Anyway, yeah, scared the bejesus out of us. So Thrasher says just picked up a shiny print and a graveyard print. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, graveyard prints. I have done more inventory on my. For those who don't know, I have. If you go to my online shop, you know what? You know what? We're gonna go to my online shop right, Neil. Hold on. Okay. Come on. What the fuck is wrong with this? Jesus. Okay. There we go. So anyway, so you see, I have the option of a graveyard sale. I know I probably have to zoom in to see that. I have a stash of prints, a huge like treasure trove of art prints that I brought with me to like conventions and used as display, or they took some damage during transport, something or other. And I never had the heart to like throw them away. So I actually kept them pretty organized, but they were taking up a lot of storage space. So I decided, you know what? I'm just gonna put all the damaged ones in like a lump pile, call it the graveyard sale. So if you go into the online shop, there's an option there. So you see the a non-damaged one of this Dragon Ball piece at that size is 65 bucks. If you go into the graveyard sale, it's hold on. Alexa, stop. One second, I gotta go get the bread. I gotta do it before it burns. Okay. So the bread has 10 more minutes to cook, and then I can let it sit, and then I'll actually bring the fresh loaf in here so you guys can see. I have to set a timer. I grabbed a few of them. Yo, I appreciate that. So yeah, I travel with those prints a lot, right? And I just piles of them. I'm not gonna lie. And I was kind of always against selling my artwork at a discount because I was just like, you know what, you want my shit, you should pay for my shit. And then like it's taking up so much inventory, like just closet space. I was just like, you know what, man, straight up, I was just kind of like, I want to empty out this space, and it would be such a waste to throw it away. So just put them on discount, and it's cool now because like it actually feels better than what I was like hoarding it before because I didn't want to like give people a discount on it because I was just like, fuck you should pay my fucking artwork. Yeah. But it's weird now that I'm actually moving them. I'm actually selling them. I'm sure like the money feels good, but it's also like, okay, I have moved a lot of graveyard prints. So that tells me that people like my work, but that majority of people are just not in a financial situation where they could pay the full price, right? Because otherwise, like if it was just straight up people didn't like it, or if it was just straight up people weren't, like interested or whatever, then they wouldn't have sold at any price. But the fact that once I put my damaged graveyard stuff on there for that price, I'm telling you, I moved a bunch of them. That tells me that people are just in a financial spot. So it actually made me feel kind of good knowing that like one, more people who like my work got it, and then also I don't know, made me feel good because shit, people like my work. And then I got paid, so that's good too. But did I see the Switch 2 announcement? I did. That was a nice like little trailer they did. I thought that was really well done. I like it. I like everything that thing has going on. I after the announcement, I foolishly went onto Threads for like 5 minutes. I was browsing around. Told you I was spending too much time on that social media, but people are complaining. It's not an OLED screen. It's not an OLED screen. It's LCD. Like why have all the color? Why is everything all black on it? Where's all the fun? Yeah, how people are. But yeah, but no, the Switch 2 looks interesting. Yeah. Welcome everybody. I want to thank you for coming through this final Pokemon stream. I know I've been pushing this project like really hard on social media and trying to push people to my online shop and everything, and I don't normally behave like that. Normally I'm just like, if you like my shit, just come through and you'll get it, right? But fuck it, special 10-year anniversary project. You want like the realness, for real. This should be, and again, I don't know how this is gonna come across, but like, this should be much more well known among Pokemon people. I'm not saying everyone should have bought it. I'm not saying everyone should fucking like it or worship it. Not at all. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, how is it that a Gardevoir with some titties like the front page of Reddit, and then it's just like not just my Pokemon artwork. There's a lot of Pokemon artwork that's like exceptional, you know. But I'll just use mine as an example right now because I mean it's the me show. Whether I'm not saying everyone should like it necessarily, but I'm just like, nah, more people should know about it. I get people in like Pokemon forums and been like, I didn't know this thing existed. I'm like, it's been fucking 10 years. How I know you've liked Pokemon longer than that. You ain't seen this shit since then? Not at all? So that's where I'm at with this piece. And this is the last time I'm touching the project for at least 6, 7, 5, whatever years. And I'm just like, look, man, we'll get it out there. And I appreciate everyone who has shared it. And a lot of you have been helping me out with the shares. For real. Were you following any of the leaks leading up to the official reveals? Oh, for the Switch. I mean, I read so many different things that I was just like, I started to like I would come across some stuff as I was like scrolling, right? And I just started muting it all out because it's so much like leaks. And it got annoying after a while because it like how many years, literal years has it been? They're gonna do a Switch 2 announcement at some point. I stopped caring about that too. Anyway, just all honesty, that's how I feel about this project. That's how I feel about the Dragon Ball project too. I'm just like, I'm just like, some of the most popular Dragon Ball pieces are just sketched over frames from the anime, and they just swap out fucking uh, Vegeta Super Saiyan, Majin Vegeta Super Saiyan hair. They'll trace over it, and then they'll just get rid of the M, keep all the crazy veins in the eyeliner, and the color his hair blue, and be like, ooh, AI is more original than that. Oh man, I'm on that shit right now, man. I'm trying to be positive. I hope everyone's doing all right. We got some bread baking in the oven. It's gonna be ready to go in a couple 2 minutes. It's gonna be ready to go. It's gonna be so delicious. Only reason you discovered you way back when in the day was because of James. Oh yeah, James is cool, man. Yeah, he's doing really well. I'm glad I know he had some rough points in the past couple of years, but I'm glad that he's doing well. Rusty, what's up? So in about 1 minute, I have to go take the bread out of the oven. I'm baking bread right now. Okay. Baking bread from scratch. Okay. I got a couple seconds. I gotta go take the bread out of the oven. I will be right back. Nobody go anywhere. The stream. We got another like 2.5 hours on the stream. BRB. Okay, so we're like back for realsies now that the bread is done baking. No, it's literal bread. Yeah, we we cook and bake as much of our own food as possible. Just to we're getting older. And my wife's current like health condition, she can't eat a lot of preservatives, which is fine because as I get older, I should be avoiding a lot of that stuff too. So, what does everyone have planned for the weekend? Does everyone's weekend involve clicking this link? Oh crap! Yeah, for everyone, all jokes aside, for everyone who did pick up a print um, for the this shiny Pokemon drawing, um, I have to get them kind of, I guess more or less you'd call it special ordered. Um, so it's gonna take like a week before I get the proofs back. Um, well, the proofs are already on their way here. Then I have to, after I approve them, assuming the first wave are good, I'll tell them to start the production, and then that'll take them a couple days to get to me. Then I gotta pack them up and then send them out to you. That's the process. Hey, what's going on? In the Twitch chat, I'm multi-platform streaming, by the way. So if you hear me talking nonsense, I'm probably talking to somebody else. You're working on commissions and a part-time job. That sounds good. Coloring looks really good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is the shiny version of my every Pokemon drawing. The non-shiny version is much like higher saturated. I don't think it looks quite as good. The non-shiny version. No, you know what? The non-shiny version looks a lot more anime, I guess I could say, because I used a lot. Here, I'm gonna show you. Let me pull that one up for those who haven't seen it. I just know that like I think my personal taste in colors has changed because the non-shiny version I did that a couple of years back. So you could tell with the shiny version, I went with a much more like muted color, like a lot less saturated. Um, just my taste in colors has changed. You should have known on Friday that Monday would come, as it sometimes does. Have orders been placed for the largest size, the 40 by 60? Also, any reason why the size in feet went from 2 by 3, 3 by 4? Why not 4 by 5? Oh, so the question is in the YouTube chat. The 40 by 60 is because the printers that I go through, their particular sizes have that jump to them. There's a 30, yeah, no, yeah, the 3 by 4, 36 by 48, and then there doesn't seem to be an in between that to the 40 by 60. It just skips right to that. So those are the choices that I had, and normally I don't go higher than the 3 by 4 foot. That's traditionally the largest that I go, but because it's actually very expensive to print that 40 by 60. I've had people order that in the Dragon Ball size. I've had people order that size. Excuse me. I've had people order the 40x60 in the Dragon Ball. I haven't yet had anybody buy it in the Pokemon size. That's not a size I normally offer anymore, just because it's become really expensive to produce. But for this project, the shiny project, I wanted to reopen it in case somebody really, really wanted it, you know. But right now, nobody's gotten it. So back to the Twitch chat. Any ideas for another big illustration project like this, or something more laid back? Well, I mean, I've been doing these kinds of projects for like 10 years now, right? And I have been. There are other projects that aren't like this that I have been putting on the back burner in favor of doing these. So I have some ideas of like topic wise which one, like what I would want to do next, but I'm promising you right now I'm not going to be doing them anytime soon. There are other composition wise, the Digimon it's the best one. Like objectively, the composition on this is the best one. Yeah, so I have ideas of what I would want to do next. I just promise you that those are not the projects I'm going to do next. No. The very first version of this Pokemon piece that I did was back 10 years ago, and it was generation 1 through 6, and that's why I decided to do the shiny recoloring, because I was just like, oh, 10-year anniversary, fun project. But you know, the past couple weeks while I was doing the recolor, I've been doing like a lot of like retrospective, you know, internal shit, and I need to do something different, man. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I just got. And the thing is, I talked about it earlier too. There are projects that I've gotten almost to completion. I have other projects that I've done a shit ton of prep but haven't started. I have another project that I'm like halfway through finishing. So I have stuff other than these projects that are in every stage of development, and I just keep putting them off. And I'm just like, yeah, it takes a lot of time. So back in the Twitch chat, Ferret seems the results are great, but it must take a lot of time. Yeah, so like, for example, the Dragon Ball piece. This is the most labor intensive one. So the Pokemon piece, over the course of 10 years and like a couple of updates and even the recoloring to shiny took 90 hours. The total work time on the Pokemon piece, all considered, everything over the past 10 years, crossed 1,000 hours of draw time. This Dragon Ball piece, I did it in 3 months or 3.5 months, and I clocked over 1,000 hours. So I have more hours on the Dragon Ball piece in the span of 3.5 months. And every time I do a project like this, it's something like that where I'm just like, I shut everything else down for it, and I'm, yeah. Yeah, and I've also been because you know I actually used to do conventions full time, and then I switched over to doing a lot of streaming, and then I was doing kind of like sponsorship deals. I was doing some work with DeviantArt and Copic Marker and stuff, and now I'm at a place where I'm actually just getting a lot of client work. Like the most basic type of pay is like client work, and then some big conventions here and there. So these kinds of things were worth the investment of drawing back when I was full-time conventions, because I would draw one of these, automatically turn it into a print that I could flip like every weekend, every other weekend at a show. But I don't do that anymore. I don't want to be away from home like that anymore. Like my 20s. Fucking 35 cons a year, some shit like that. Yeah. So, you know, it's another reason I've slowed down on doing these. It's just like from the business standpoint, I guess you want to say, it doesn't get me as much back as it used to because I'm not going to as many shows. Yeah, you know, thank you. Yeah, I haven't changed anything about this drawing since I finished it, because that was 2019. You know, I didn't even really get a chance to celebrate this drawing. So it was like 3.5 months of like non-stop work. I was on like Red Bulls and cigarettes and fucking drugs and shit to stay awake to work on this thing. It was crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm like, no hyperbole, I must have shaved like 5 years off my life with what I did to get this done in that short time frame. So I finished it 2 or 3 days right before FanimeCon in San Jose, California, because I wanted to have them in hand in time for Fanime. So I finished it, send the prints off. I did like overnight with, because I have a business account with Office Depot, so they can do overnight shit, but they charge a lot for it. But not so much upcharge that I wasn't willing to do it. Finished it on like a Tuesday, and then I had the prints in hand by like Thursday. Then I was at the con like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because it's a 4-day show. And then, so like by the time I finished it and had it in hand, I was already at a con trying to sling it. I didn't even get a chance to like enjoy the drawing. And then the following weekend after Fanime, so Fanime ended on Monday, I was on a plane to Germany on Wednesday. And then I had a whole show there, and I didn't get back till like fucking Tuesday. And then the weekend after that, on Thursday, I went to Denver Comic Con, and then that's another 3-day show. And then after that, immediately was Anime Expo. So it was just like, no, not immediate. I think there was 2 weeks between Denver and Anime Expo. Yeah. So there was like this chain of my life, 3.5 months doing this. And I was doing cons during that 3.5 months into those 3 shows. One of them being fucking Germany, and then to AX, where I did a live drawing. So I had to prep for that. There's this big like 2-month chunk of my life that I don't really remember. Like, I swear to God, I don't remember a lot of it. All because of this thing. But yeah, I mean, you know, looking back on it, that's like crazy shit. I can't. That was me in my 20s. I can't do that these days. But, but I'm really happy with how the Dragon Ball piece came out. I just remember that chunk of that year right there. I don't remember any of it. And I remember my wife was so mad because she was like, you didn't even talk to me for like 5 months. I was like, oh. Yeah, good times. Yeah, anyway, I have some unfinished. Okay, since we're talking about these massive projects, and the fact that, so the Pokemon was the first one that I did. That was 10 years ago, because we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of it with a shiny drawing. Do you want to see some of the ones that I started and didn't finish? Because I have all those somewhere here on one of my hard drives. Some of the other, I have a lot of artwork that has never seen the light of day. I'm not the type of person who fucking just posts everything that touches the canvas for like just to share it and shit. But right, let me go find it. I zipped them. Let me unzip them. So hopefully, though, these prints will continue to support you for years to come. Yeah, you know, they're a lot of work but they do have a long lifespan. Thrasher, dude, thank you. Go take care of yourself. Yeah, so like this Yu-Gi-Oh piece. Um, you know, I started with the Pokemon piece, and then I realized that it will lose its sale potential as new Pokemon come out. So as time went on, I decided, okay, I need to find like a fixed point in time for an anime, right? So like Yu-Gi-Oh, this is Yu-Gi-Oh, this is Yu-Gi-Oh Duel Monsters, not, and then I don't have GX in there, I don't have 5Ds, it's just Duel Monsters. This, I could take this print exactly as it is, I don't have to touch it like I do with the Pokemon piece. This print, I could sell it for the next 25 years as is. Honestly, 20 years. Just like this, and people will love it the same. So I've been a lot better about choosing the topics, right? Are you gonna share the final number of shiny prints? Oh, like how many orders? I'm not gonna share it, but I'm not gonna lie to you either. It's whatever you think I've moved of it, it's less than that. Why do you think I have a live stream here with a big old banner that says buy this thing? And earlier in the stream, more like, remember how I was kind of going off on my shit about like I'm working too hard and by the way, if you guys are new here, I'm normally not this like aggressive, both with advertising and just like my attitude in general. I haven't slept a lot, and I've spent the last 4 weeks really heavy in social media promoting this, and I normally don't hang out on social, and it's made me very grouchy. So if I'm coming across a little crass, I'm not normally like this. So just letting you know. But yeah, so in the YouTube chat, Morlo was asking if I'm going to share the final number of shiny prints that I sold, because this is a limited edition print. I'm only selling it for a fixed amount of time, and then I'm gonna kind of retire. Not kind of. I'm going to retire it, and then never make it available again. It's kind of like a cool, special thing that I wanted to make only available to people who really support my work. You know. That's why I didn't really crank up the price on it, even though to special order them costs way more than when I mass produce, like the non-shiny ones, the ones that I take to conventions. I mass produce those like 1,000 at a time, you know. So it's actually exponentially more expensive on production side to print them, like special print them like this. And I didn't jack up the price for the shiny one really, because it was more important to me that this just go out somewhere into the world to people. You know what I mean? I'm still profiting a little bit, but yeah. The Yugi will never be top. Yeah, the Yugi one, like the Yu-Gi-Oh drawing. You guys know I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I think the Digimon has the best composition, but the Yu-Gi-Oh is my favorite. It's the one I think it's the one I had the most fun overall doing, because I was just reminiscing on really bad tournaments when we were drawing it. Yeah, so Morla, it's whatever number you're thinking of these that I moved, I can like guarantee you that it's less. Unless you're thinking some crazy number like 5. You know what I mean? It's more than that, but yeah. So back in the YouTube chat, mostly says you deserve more attention. You've seen people do similar artworks to this, but nowhere near as good and detailed. And I assume they get a lot of eyeballs. Yeah, I know. Like, again, it's one of those things. I was just being very, very open about that earlier in the stream, where I'm like, I just don't like, it doesn't like bother me anymore. It's just because I'm so over it. It's just like I just like, if you're a Pokemon fan, how have you not seen this? It's you know, or at least a version of this drawing. It's circled around. I feel like it's been circled around everywhere. I've taken this with me, or variants of this with me, all around the world for like 10 years, you know? And it's just kind of like, no matter how much footwork you do at a convention, it's not going to match what one like viral post will get, right? Like the eyeballs. Because like when somebody sees you at a convention, there's maybe however many thousand, whoever even remembers you, how much percent of those buy it, and then they just take it home and they don't show anybody. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I would oh no, Morla, I'm not going to give the exact number. I'm just letting you know. Whatever you think it is, it's actually lower than that. Yeah. I'm not salty or shy about it. It's just, yeah. Yeah. So again, in the YouTube chat, mostly was saying, that they think that this piece should have more attention to it, or me, or whatever it is. But I appreciate that. But you know, at the end of the day, I am trying to advertise myself on, and if you're an artist, you should listen to this. I am never gonna really like pop off because I don't have that internet personality. So you know how like you watch a YouTube video and there's like a structure to it, and there's like a personality. You know, it's there's like a mold now. When you go into a YouTube video, there's like a type of talking cadence you expect, right? Like, comment, subscribe. In this video, we're gonna do, you know what I mean? Like, and if you don't do that, then it turns people off. And I'm just my personality is not really the type that captures, you know, the attention to, you know what I'm talking about? So my bad, I'm not talking into the mic. So yeah, so if you're an artist and you're having trouble with like reach, you kind of need to, I hate saying this, but you kind of need to adjust yourself to the crowd, because you know, if you're trying to advertise on social media and the crowds there are expecting a certain thing, if you don't give that to them, then they're not going to give you attention. This is what it is. So back to the Twitch chat. Do you feel like adding the more recent characters of Dragon Ball, or are you content with leaving it as is? I am happy leaving it as is. If I do any kind of update to it, it's gonna have to be when Daima is done. It's gonna have to be with, I mean, I guess if they go into the Moro and, you know, granola stuff, it would have to be something substantial. So it's the same thing with the Pokemon piece. That's why I'm not gonna touch the Pokemon piece for a couple of generations. Any kind of update I do to such a massive piece has to have a massive amount of characters. If I dropped, let's say they finished Daima, right? And then I update the Dragon Ball piece with Daima in there, you're not even gonna see them. You're not even gonna know they're there. So as of right now, I don't really have any like, oh, I need to add the superhero characters on there. Citrus, I remember being here for the whole piece and mentioning some monsters you ended up adding. Oh, the Pokemon? Yeah. Most people pre-ordered the 11x17 of the shiny piece. Correct. Majority of it is 11x17. Yes. People just don't have a lot of money right now, and most of the people who, and I hear this a lot at conventions, the majority of people will buy the smaller print because the target audience of like my Pokemon and Dragon Ball and, you know, like Yu-Gi-Oh, they tend to have a lot of posters already, so they'll be short on wall space. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, so yeah, most weebs have a bunch of shit on their walls already, so it's easier to buy the smaller print for them. It's not that they don't like the big version of your artwork. It's just you have to remember, especially if you're selling to like weebs, you know, like they got no wall space. And even if your thing that you're, even if the thing they're buying from you, like dominates everything that they have on their walls, they are not gonna go up there and take that shit down. You know what I mean? They're gonna buy the small thing, find a little spot. That's what they're going to do. YouTube chat. So, do you mind if I post your art and channel in some subreddits? Sure, a lot of Pokemon fans would appreciate this. Yeah, if you want to, go for it. I've posted it on the Pokemon art subreddit and Pokemon subreddit. Those are the only two. If you know other ones, I would really appreciate it. That'd be awesome. Yeah. That'd be amazing. What kind of streams are you gonna do now that it's done? Well, do you remember what we were doing before? Traditional art. All right. So back in the Twitch chat. Is it better if you want to see every Pokemon? You'll be able to see every Pokemon in either size. The quality that I print the 11 by 17 is very, very high. The resolution of this print or this artwork is very, very high. There's no information that's lost on the smaller ones. But of course, the 24 by 36 is easier to see because it's bigger. But you can see everything in both. You got two 24 by 36s to make up for not buying after all these years. Dude, what? Oh, you did get two, right? Yeah. I didn't I can't remember what because you got stuff and then I have a couple of friends who bought multiples of stuff. And I can't remember who ordered what. But yeah, back in the Twitch chat. Yeah, so you can't, like, for the 11 by 17 and the 24 by 36, both very legible, the characters. I think it should come down more to either budget or basically where you're going to hang it. That should be the determining factors. Quality on both of them is ace. Both frames for both of them are really easy. 11 by 17 and 24 by 36 are like the most common frame sizes. That's why I printed them that size. So frames not gonna, if you go higher, 36 by 48 or yeah, 36 by 48 and 40 by 60, those frames are hella expensive. So don't go that way if you don't want to pay like double the price of the poster just to get a frame. Yeah, Morla, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What type of stream? Oh, my bad. I already answered that. Citrus, you're asking what type of streams we're gonna do now that this project is done. Okay, I'll pull this up in case anybody is like brand new here. I'm gonna change this song because I don't know why I have Fisher on this list. So okay, the live streams are gonna go back to traditional art, and they will be back in the sketchbook with doing art studies. So there will be different topics that I need to sharpen up on, and that's what we usually do. Like these big projects like this, these are the outliers. These are like the events. The normal streams, essentially we're just hanging out, kind of just talking about whatever, but the focus of the stream is the particular art topic that I'm studying. And it's like a study session for me, but like it doubles as kind of a tutorial. If you wanted to follow along and pay attention and ask questions, it can work as like an instructional kind of stream. Yeah, but it is going back to traditional. It's yeah. hanging out in the sketchbook. So you didn't know if you're gonna take a break after this big piece? No. Can't do that. Actually, I'm looking forward to getting back into the sketchbook. I have been very bad about my studying, my art studies. I've been very bad about those. Even before, like during the Pokemon project, I understand not studying my artwork, staying sharp on it because I'm doing other shit here, right? But before that, I was not doing a good job. I had other stuff going on, but there's never an excuse. You can always like, I have all my books right next to me, like right by my feet, right here. There's no excuse why I can't grab that and just spend like an hour, you know, picking a topic, or going online picking a topic, or like if I don't know a topic, one thing I like to do is I could just pick an object and learn how to the ins and outs and how to draw that. You know what I mean? Just anything that could push your skill forward even a tiny bit. And I wasn't doing that for maybe like 2 months leading up to the Pokemon piece. So anyway, when will the prints be shipped out? That's a good question. So the prints, I've already sent off for proofs, so I'm waiting for those to get to me. So basically, I have the image. I had to size everything properly, and then I did a little bit of color editing, just to like, you have to change it so that it will look like what you have on the screen versus what you get on a print are going to be totally different. So I had to modify it, and I made like 3 different versions, sent them off for printing. Those are going to get back to me, and then I get to decide which of them look the best, and then I'll take that particular file that I used to make that one, send them off to production, then they're going to come back to me. So I'm thinking 2 weeks is when, so not next Friday, probably a Friday after that is when everything will already, that's when everything will be on the way, like packed. You'll get a tracking number way before that. And then, yeah, so about 2 weeks. Just because there's a lot of waiting time between them getting the proofs to me, because they have to produce it and then send it to me. So that's already in transit. I think it's going to get here on Monday. Then I'll be able to double check the proofs, see which ones are the best. And it makes it hard because when you're getting your colors. So what I like to do is I have a set of files here that I use specifically for printing. So like, for example, I have this Dragon Ball image here. This is the one that I use. This is the one I send off to production. But this one right here, I don't know how it's showing up on your screen. You might be watching on a phone. You might be watching on a monitor. This coloring here looks nothing like the base, like the base version that I did in the actual drawing. I had to modify it so that when it came out from the printer, it looked good. So I changed the type of paper that I'm printing on, which it's a bit glossier, which also affects the way the image looks. So it's another reason I had to proof it, because I didn't want to order, X amount, which can get really expensive if it didn't look good. Hope that makes sense. So about 2 weeks. Now, to be fair, Morla, if the proofs that I sent, or if the proofs that are coming in, if they all look good, I'll make sure to send you one of those or 2 of those. It's just usually when you get the proofs, like it's usually like one of them look good. The 11x17s come in a stay flat. The bigger ones come rolled in a tube, and everything is insured. So if it arrives like all busted up and the tube is all fucked up, you just have to take a picture of the tube, including images. The image has to include the shipping label, so you can take multiple pictures and see all the damage. And then I always send a free replacement no matter what. And then I file a report with the post office, and then they'll give me a refund. Yeah, Morla, the proofs are coming in, and if they all look good, because again, I've never printed this, or excuse me, not the Dragon Ball piece. I've never printed this piece in general, and I haven't printed anything on these high glossy papers that I'm using. So I don't know what they're gonna look like. If they all look good, you'll be the first one to get them sent to you. I'm hella tired. No, I haven't slept in like, oh, are we getting close to midnight now? Almost. Yeah, when it gets to midnight, I'll have been awake for 47 hours. This song is heat. Oh yeah. No. I'm just saying, like, say the proofs come in and they all look good, because I have big ones coming in too, because I have to proof the large prints. If it all looks good, then I'll make sure to ship those ones off to you first. But if it's below the standard that I want, especially because this shiny piece is so important to me, if it's below that standard, then you're just gonna have to wait. You know, I don't want to, like you said, don't want to rush it. Hold on, I think my dog's at my office door. I've lost my stylus. Oh, no. Yeah, like citrus. I talked about this earlier, where yeah, I'm not gonna be doing any more of these types of projects for a while. I'm not gonna say never, because who knows, right? I might get the urge to do one of these again. But for the foreseeable future, there's other projects that need my attention, and so that means that all the future live streams are just going to be kind of my daily warm up or my daily practice stuff. I don't know. I don't really get burnout. You know what it is? I don't really have anything going on outside of my work. Like I'm either in here working or I'm hanging out with my family. Those are like the only, or I'm at a con, a convention. So I don't really ever get like burned out. And the older I get, the more like the more solid that becomes. Like when I was in my 20s, I would experience levels of burnout, because that came from me just kind of like wanting to go do other things. You know, where I was just like, oh man, this is a fucking music festival or whatever, you know, and I work so hard and I'm so tired and I feel so burnt out. I want to do this because all I'm thinking about is doing that other thing. And for me personally, that's where my burnout comes from. It's my urge to want to go do other things than draw. But the older I get, I don't want to do shit. Like all I want to do is draw. Like that's all I want to do these days. So it's like, yeah, I don't really experience the same level of burnout that I used to when I was younger. The only side hobby that I've developed, right, is my interest in computers has come back, right? So I'm over here because I used to work as an auto mechanic as a profession before I started drawing. And when you're really into cars, you're just like always finding something to upgrade. You're like, oh man, I could change that, I could change that, I could change that, right? That's how I am about my computer now. And I think the only reason I've developed this side hobby is because I'm in this office like all day working, and it's like the only thing that I have next to me. I think that's what it is. Like, okay, so you know, like when people work in an office environment, and then two employees, even if they like don't actually like each other, or you know they're not really attracted to each other, they sleep together anyway, just because they're next. Like that's just like their office hot, right? Yeah, that's what this is to me. I'm just in its vicinity so much that I've developed a hobby of like I've grown an interest in computers now. And it's kind of the same. Like it's still a work related thing, right? Like my only hobby outside of my art job is my computer, which I do all my artwork on. So anyway, yeah, I think for me, I experienced the most of my burnout when I had other things to think about. But now that that's gone, I don't know. Do you guys experience burnout? Like, what is it like? What's your definition of burnout? Like, is it just you're bored of what you're working on, or you just need like a change of pace? Because that's fair. Or you're just kind of like, dude, I've been drawing for like 9 weeks, fucking straight. I'm gonna go do something else. You don't have burnout the same way you used to anymore. If anything, nowadays is just lack of wanting to draw when you want or need to. Okay. So it's just like, is it that you want to go do other things, or is it just like you get kind of bored with drawing after a certain amount of time? I have some colleagues, like straight up professional colleagues, who are just like, um, they can only sit down for like an hour at a time. So they'll be like an hour on, half hour off, hour on, half hour off. It's because like they drawing can't hold their attention anymore because we've all drawn for so long now. Like I said, this Pokemon piece is 10 years old, which means I've been drawing 12 years now. I haven't ever in my life done anything that long. So I could see getting bored of it. Basically, the motivation isn't coming to you, but you want to draw or have an idea for something. Oh, I see the thought of all the work that's involved to get up and go and start drawing and having to warm up and all that. Back to the YouTube chat. You burn out, but you blame animation. God, animation is brutal. Oh no, you know what else has been really holding my attention? I inherited this guitar from a past family member that passed, and I haven't been able to really put a lot of practice time in it since we started the Pokemon piece. But before that, I was on that shit like every day. I'm still very new at it, still learning. Yeah, that's something that's holding my attention. I think I just forgot about it because I put it away, or I put it up, and then we started the Pokemon piece, and I just haven't had time to touch it. You have, so you say, my brain is so fucked up right now because I haven't slept in like 2 days. Just so you know, I basically only sleep every other day. That's not hyperbole. I don't recommend it. I'm only doing it because there are particular things that call my attention that need that much time. But you have all day to draw something, but then don't draw anything or drawing very little. I mean, it just means that your current interests are not in drawing. And I mean, isn't that the point of, like, especially if you're a self-employed artist, if it's your job, isn't that one of the perks of being self-employed, that you could at any point say fuck this, I'm just going to do something else, right? Like, right? I mean, like, what's the point? So like, if you're self-employed, and you just like, I want to go to Vegas on like a Tuesday night or something. Yeah, that's one of the perks of being your own boss. You can just do that, right? So, you know, if you're in that situation where you have all this time to draw, if you don't feel like drawing and you don't draw, then fucking go do something else and don't feel bad about it. So back to the YouTube, Morla. You burn out, you blame anime. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Come on. My nose is still bleeding, by the way. You know how it was bleeding earlier in the stream? Yeah, it's still bleeding. Hold on. Rats. So back to the Twitch chat. For you think it's part needing to motivate yourself, commissions you get done, but some personal art you want to do you blank on. So basically, discipline and a sleep. Yeah, a routine. Human beings work on routine, and you know, if you're one of those artists who you just kind of like don't have a consistent sleep schedule, it's gonna be real tough. Like, what I have an okay sleep schedule when I'm not working on one of these big pieces. I actually do have a decently consistent sleep schedule. It's not a great schedule, but it's consistently bad. As in, like, I still don't get enough sleep, but I'm consistently getting like the same amount of sleep, generally around the same time. That's the best I can offer. You know, the best I can get. So, not having a routine can be pretty rough. I think during COVID, it wasn't really a big deal to me because, like, it wasn't a big deal to me to stay home because, like, I was already a professional, like, full-time artist, and you know, I've had years of just like managing my own time and stuff. But when COVID happened, lockdown, everyone was home. That's why fucking nobody, that's why everybody freaked out. Nobody knew how to like cope because everyone's so used to having a routine. How'd the bread turn out? Oh shit, I'm gonna go grab the bread. It is quite delicious, I assure you. Yeah, so it's straight up. It's just it's all-purpose flour, but it's a single ingredient flour. If you look at like normal, if you look at baking flour, a lot of them actually have multiple ingredients. I just want the one with the plain flour, and then it's water, salt, honey, olive oil. That's it. Oh, and yeast, so it rises. So it's basically we avoided putting like artificial sugar, no dyes, no preservatives, and it's cheaper. Yeah, learning how to cook and like kind of provide that kind of stuff for ourselves, I feel like is a really good skill to have. Because like, what if Walking Dead happened? Most people be fucked. And this is a bread bag. It's I don't know how it works. Some kind of fucking science, but it keeps the bread like new, even though it sits on the counter. But it's not like sealed like a plastic bag like you get at the store. So I don't know how this thing works. All I know is it works. How's everyone doing? Welcome, TikTok. Uh, we just finished this drawing of every Pokemon. It's looking real good. You know what else looks good? This link that I just dropped. All right, so there's about an hour left for this print availability. So if you have any friends or anything that are interested in it, you better send them my way. All right, we were gonna look at some unfinished projects that have never seen the light of day. Let me see, make sure that they're safe for work. Some of them are not. Well, I think you guys have seen this one. It'll load. So this is the Attack on Titan collage that I was going to do. And then I ended up. I have great restraint to leave freshly baked bread uneaten. You know, it's whatever. I just bake another one. Yeah, so I did this one partially on stream, and then I had to abandon it. I whatever ideas that I had for it, just I wasn't passionate enough about it to really like follow through. So that was gonna be an Attack on Titan collage. Um, again, I just really hope these are all safe for work and I don't have any weird things going on. Oh, this is a really old one. This was a long time ago. Yeah, so it was gonna be Avatar on one side, Korra, Legend of Korra on the other, and I was just gonna have fill in the background with all the characters. Like it's gonna be one of those every character pieces, right? That was the original idea for this one. That was the layout that I was gonna use for this one. Let's see what else. Batman Beyond. I don't. This one says Batman Beyond. I don't know what's involved with this one. We're about to find out. Oh, so this wasn't a collage. This was just. This looks like ink that he's fighting. Is that her name? Ink? Is that her name? Here's the one that says Gundam Wing. Let's see what that looks like. Wow, look how far I got on that one. Okay. I don't know why these are in like a special folder. These are so this is all just junk. Why is this in its own special folder? Anyway, how long did it take me to do the Pokemon drawing? From start to finish, over 1,000 hours. But to do just the shiny coloring was 90 hours. What the fuck are we listening to? All right, I gotta spam the Instagram one last time for this final hour of the shiny piece. Because once we hit midnight Pacific Standard Time, I'm making the shiny no longer available. It's gonna be a cool little collector's item for those who have it. You could finish the Batman Beyond drawing for you as a commission. Yeah, I don't know why these particular ones are in their own special folder. So this one says HP. I'm assuming that means Harry Potter. Yeah, that's Harry Potter, all right. Why the fuck are these? That's how long it's been since I've looked at these files. Like, all of these were going to be, at some point, collages. This one says Steven Universe. I know for a fact I wanted to do a Steven Universe collage, every character collage, but I chose not to at the time because the series was still going on. Oh, let's see what it looks like. Oh, so these are really old, as you can tell. Not the hotness, but yeah. I think we did this one on stream for a little bit. Maybe this is a Teen Titan. That was gonna be in every Teen Titans character piece. This one just says Who 01. I'm thinking that means Doctor Who, but let's see what it is. This is scary opening up these old Photoshop files because I don't know what the fuck's inside. Oh shit! It scared the shit out of me. Holy crap. You know what it is? I thought that was a weenus right there. It's not. It's a pipe. That is a pipe. Okay? Nobody get me in trouble. I'm gonna close this though. See what I mean? So I have one here for Yu Yu Hakusho. No. That doesn't have a working file on it. I guess that's kind of it with those ones. With the what would potentially be other collage pieces. Oh, I know I have more than that. That means they're buried somewhere in this hard drive, unorganized. That's fucking great. Anyway, so here's another old drawing. Really old drawing that I know for a fact I wanted to make a collage on every character. So I was gonna take these 3 properties. They all have to do with being like a boy, robot, Pinocchio kind of thing, right? And I was going to have. So I did this drawing like way long ago, and I know eventually I was like, oh, you know, I should do a collage and have it sectioned off into 3 parts and have all their characters, because then it'd be a bunch of robots, right? I remember that. Anyway, that's fun. You guys got to see some unreleased stuff. All right, so I'm gonna have to alert the Instagram that they have 1 hour left to pick it up. Do you recall what you may have started to make a collage of that wasn't in that zip file? I know that I did a draft for Cowboy Bebop. I remember doing the sketch for that one. This was like, that must have been like 2016 or something. I know I had one for Cowboy Bebop for sure. I know I had one for Sailor Moon. Like 1,000,000% I had one for Sailor Moon. I, I, I don't think I started the Thundercats one. But Sailor Moon and yeah. Let me see. I'm actually gonna scroll down in my stash real quick and see what we got. Worst case scenario, I'll just pull up some old artwork that okay, even if it's not collage, if I find something that I've never released, then I'll open it up. I'm going all the way back to 2012 when I first started drawing. Ooh. There's a zip file here called Paperman. It's an animation that I did. Incomplete animation. And I think it's saved as like Adobe Flash file. Here, I'll extract it and then we'll get back to that when it's done extracting. Oh. Yeah, it's a I can't open it. It's an Adobe Flash file and I don't have Flash. So. I'm still gonna keep looking. Damn, I did a lot of playmats. I've done a shit ton of playmat artwork. I haven't gone in here into this stash of old artwork in a long fucking time. So anyway, I appreciate everyone for hanging out during the final hour of this shiny Pokemon event. Um, I don't know. I feel like I've said everything already in regards to like, I feel like what the drawing really did for me. You know, I've talked about it already. Helped me pay off my student loans and all that shit. Um, yeah, it's. I think it's no matter what happens in the future, kind of no matter what direction my art ends up taking in the potentially near future. Um, you guys can always remember that at some point we will have to go back and rework and clean up this Pokemon piece. So, whatever shit I do with my artwork moving forward after this project, no matter how much you maybe dislike it or not interested in it, just know that if you hang around, eventually we're gonna get back to this thing. Eventually, right? Uh, Oh, I think I found something here. Oh, wow. Okay, so the most popular video on my YouTube channel. So this is interesting. Uh, so this is not quite a collage, but it is also one of my older drawings that I've wanted to clean up. In the same way how I'm doing that with the Pokemon piece. The most popular video on my YouTube channel is. Hold on, there's an ad for. It's the Perfect Princess. This thing right here. It has all the Disney princesses and like vats, and it's just, the concept of it is there's this mad scientist who's just taking all the best elements from the at the time when I did it, all the princesses, and that's why I was creating the Perfect Princess. So this on my channel has almost 9 million views. The time lapse to this, just fucking bananas, because this drawing looks horrible. But it's one of those things where the concept is more important than the execution on it, even though execution's pretty bad. Anyway, I have attempted to redo that drawing many times in the past because I'm just like, it was really popular, but you only get the novelty of redoing a drawing like once every 10 years or something, right? So I didn't want to release the versions that I attempted, the redo versions that I attempted, because I was just like, oh, these look like shit. But it looks like I do have. I was recording, and it looks like I have the time lapse, the raw videos of one of those attempts. So I don't think I have the actual file. Let's see. Okay, here. Hold on, let me make sure it's safe for work. Okay, so I don't have all of the attempts, but I have one of them here. I don't have the image file or the Photoshop file, but I have the screen captures of it. So here's one of my attempts to try to recreate that Perfect Princess drawing. This must have still been a long time ago, because I could tell this is the thing that I'm drawing on is still at a 720 resolution, which tells me I'm still working on an old laptop. So this must have been hella long ago. So you can see the concept. In order just to fit all the princesses, I had to change the composition like quite a bit. Which actually I think I honestly would probably still go with this composition now if I did it again. Gesture's pretty weak still. Oh yeah, I remember I wanted to implement more of like their personal, like Rapunzel's gonna be tied up by her hair, you know, and whatever those weights are that Mulan has. You know what I'm talking about? So I think Jasmine was gonna be in sand or whatever the fuck. Yeah, but now there are more princesses when I was doing this one than there were previously. I forgot about this. Anyway, I didn't like how that was turning out, so I stopped. I don't have the working file for that, but for some reason I kept the screen recordings of that project. Wow. That's like 10 gigs right there. No, 12.3 gigs. We should zip that up. Save some space. You know what the problem is? When I was doing screen captures of these back in the day, we're going to get into some stupid encoding talk. when I was screen capturing these things back in the day, I was using a laptop, right? And then after that, I was using like a 1660. And when I would screen record, it would always be in like big files, right? But I've upgraded my stuff since then, particularly my graphics card. And when I record stuff now, like I screen record our entire shiny Pokemon event, which was footage wise like 90 hours. Uh, when when that's screen captured through the new technology and then compressed, 90 hours of 4K came out to 150 gigs. That's hella small. That's nothing. So it's fascinating to see how much drive space I'm using with these old recordings, because these old recordings are like only in like 1080p. They're fucking huge. My throat is sore from talking so much. Does anyone have any questions in regards to Pokemon or this drawing? And if you don't, that's totally cool because we've talked about it for like the fucking past 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I've been spamming you guys. Again, I'm not usually this aggressive with pushing my online shop, right? Like, you guys know, if you guys have hung around, you guys know I don't ever do that. I don't even ask you guys to follow. Like, it's just, I'm the kind of person where I believe, like, if you like my stuff, you're inherently just gonna, you know what I mean? You're gonna just hang out. You're gonna come back. But this is kind of the last. I don't want to say commercial, but the last super marketable kind of artwork that I'm gonna be doing for a while. And yeah, I just really, really wanted to push the Pokemon piece because it's, you know, it's like my baby. But also, I'm not gonna have a lot of fan art coming up for a while, and want to go out with a bang. Do I play Pokemon? I used to be addicted to Pokemon Go, like detrimental level to my life level of addicted to Pokemon Go. I had to uninstall it for a while just because I was addicted. You know, we were talking about earlier. We were talking about TikTok, and I was telling my TikTok chat because we're multi-streaming. I had to tell my TikTok chat that I hope none of you hop over to a different platform for a while. You're being handed a gift, honestly, that TikTok is being forcefully taken away, so that you guys can fucking detox from your addiction. But instead, you're gonna hop over to a different platform where it's just gonna be more of that. Anyway, with addiction, I had to uninstall Pokemon Go because I was addicted to it, and yeah. Do I have many international orders? No, not many. Some. I actually don't have a lot of orders in general. So, hold on. I gotta blow my nose. Now that for those who don't know, I had a bloody nose earlier during the stream, and now it's like starting to dry up, and it's like I just gotta blow it out. Is the second wishy-washy totem? Yeah, yeah. So I have the regular versions, and then I have the totem versions. So I redrew them slightly, changed their pose a little bit, and then gave them the glow, and I made them bigger because you know how the totem Pokemon are hella big. Damn. You know what? So, again, like I said, I normally don't push this hard on like selling stuff, but the past 4 weeks, we've been live streaming the project, and at the same time, I've been pushing the prints. I'm fucking exhausted, dude. I don't know how y'all do this all the time. Like the influencers, I don't know how they do that all the time. Always trying to sell some shit. Like I'm not like ashamed of it because like this is a lot of work and I love this drawing. Um, I'm more like just like mentally tired from just chilling it all day, chucking it on stories and stuff all day for like 4 weeks. I'm fucking done. Like we have like about 45 minutes before this Pokemon shiny campaign is done. And like I'm gonna be like radio silent. Like we're gonna still stream, like in regards to like posting shit on like Instagram stories and stuff. I'm gonna be like radio silent for a hot minute. I've been on social media for so much the past 4 weeks doing promotion for this. I'm like sick. I'm I can't get no relief. First world problems, but it's his problem. Which Mega Evolution are you hoping for the next one? Shit. I really wanted a Mega Lapras for the longest time, but Gigantamax Lapras actually I think has like a perfect design for a Mega. So I mean like my favorite Pokemon is Scizor, by the way. Preferably non-Mega, preferably non-shiny, but I'll take either. Who gets a Mega? Who gets a Mega? I'm trying to think of somebody who doesn't have a Mega or a Gigantamax. That's who should get a Mega. I think anyone who has a Gigantamax form should not get a Mega form. But I mean Charizard, right? So it has to be a Kalos Pokemon then, right? Oh no, not Kalos. What am I talking about? A Unova. No, wait. It's fucking 6. Region 6. What am I talking about? It has to be a Region 6 Pokemon. Whatever the fuck it is. What about Noivern? Did I take more care with that line art? I don't think so. Let's take a look. Let's find Scizor. I mean, maybe at the time, because again, like I said, the near the bottom is around 2017, 2018 line art, and then I think once you get once you get to like right here, the sun and like above sun and moon, that is like 2022 line art. So it's much sharper. So it's hard to tell because like even in, like let's say if I did put more care into my favorite Pokemon because it was drawn so long ago, I would be like that look like hold on. I'm not gonna say it looks like shit, but you know what? Because all right, so again, all this line art down here is like 2017, 2018 line art. Not gonna lie, Scizor does look like there was a lot more effort put into him than everyone else around him, right? It's not just me. Have you ever played fan-made Pokemon games like Radical Red or Unbound? No. I played some hacked versions of Pokemon Pokemon ROMs like way back in the day. like way back in the day, and they were fucking weird because they would have like, I don't know if they were made by non-English speaking people, but like the sentences were definitely like broken ass English. Yeah. Least favorite shiny. I don't think I don't think I could pick one. I could. I can't pick one Pokemon that's my least favorite shiny, but I can tell you which like category are equally my least favorite shiny. It's the one where the shiny looks like 99% like the regular one, but just off a little bit like a Garchomp. So it's not just one. Every Pokemon that falls into that category where it's just like they're basically the same, but not really. Everyone who falls in that category is my least favorite shiny. You gotta look different. Gen 2 has hella pink shinies. If you go back in there, there's a lot of pink in Gen 2. Oh, fucking shit. Alright, let me get my jacket because it's cold in here. I don't know if you ever noticed, but we could be streaming during the winter. We could be streaming during the summer. I always got a beanie and a jacket or a long sleeve on because it's like 60 degrees in the house most of the time. It's 58 right now. So it looks like Ursula and crew are giving you side eye and being in your face. I like Shiny Unknown. I know it's an overused answer, but Shiny Rayquaza is pretty fucking cool, right? Shiny Aerodactyl's cool. You know what is a really big downgrade? Shiny Dragonite. Only because Shiny Dratini and Dragonair were just like so slick with their colors, and then all of a sudden it's just like. Okay, hold on. Go get my jacket real quick. All right, everyone, we are closing in the final 30 minutes. I have been awake for 47 hours working on other client work that is under NDA. Daniel Ortiz, what's going on? Yeah, so I finished the non-shiny version of this like a year and a half ago. So this project, I started it 10 years ago, and I've slowly like updated it and redrawn certain parts of it. Anyway, to celebrate the 10-year anniversary, I recolored the entire thing shiny. So this is, I'm gonna pull up what the non-shiny looks like for those who have not seen it. This is what the non-shiny looks like. Regular, good old regular Pokemon. Yeah, so for the well, it took 3 weeks, but I was able to recolor the entire thing shiny. It took about 90 draw hours plus research. You know, as we get to the final half hour of this shiny 10-year anniversary event, just one last big thank you to everybody who picked up the limited edition prints. That helped. That like we were talking about before, I don't get a lot of eyeballs to my artwork, no matter how crazy it is. I live stream it, I make time lapses of it, and I turn those into, you know, the whole the short form stuff. So I have long form in the form of streaming, and then I turn those into time lapses, and then I turn those into like shorts. And it's like no matter what I do, I don't really get eyes to my work, and that's totally cool. Mainly because I've learned to live with it, but like for those who have been following this project for so long, that is so fucking cool to me. You know what I mean? And I feel like I've talked about this already before, so I'm not gonna tread on it too much, but this is a very meaningful drawing to me. This was the first big project I ever did. You know, like we have the 1,000-hour Dragon Ball. You know, we have the Turtles, we have the Rick and Morty, we have all that stuff, but none of them are like this piece. In regards to like what it did for my art career. So, and if you're just joining, the this all shiny version is only available for the next 30 minutes. So it's been available since we started the coloring process, which was 4 weeks ago. And then I was going to close sales of it forever last week, but I got a bunch of DMs from people who were following me like, dude, you gotta wait till at least next Friday, which tells me they needed time to, you know, get their paycheck. So I was just like, you know what, that's cool, we'll leave it open one more week, and that's today. So 30 minutes left, and then I put this into the vault, and it'll just be a what do you call it, a discussion that people once had. That's what it'll turn into. So I can do an overview of the drawing for those who are new. This is Gen 1 through 8. And there's a really loud music in the background. Let's lower that down. This is Morla. Yeah. Thank you so much for like not just hanging out, but like over the years. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling a little just like nostalgic for stuff this past month, because like as I work on this, it's just got me thinking about stuff. So I do appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, get some rest. Fucking 2:30 over there. Yeah, go get some rest. So yeah, one final walkthrough of this piece. This is my, for the final time, this is the hold on. How do you ship stuff like this? Roll it. Oh, so the 11 by 17s. So it comes in different sizes, right? the 11 by 17 will come in a flat, stay flat envelope. And then the bigger ones will come rolled in a tube. Yeah. And everything in my shop is insured, which it states before you check out. It's insured so that if it arrives and it's like all fucked up, all right, see ya, yeah. If it arrives and it's like fucked up because the you see the tube got dented or something, like post office, you know how they are with handling stuff. Basically, all you would have to do would be to take a picture of the tube with the damage and like get clear shots of the shipping label, and then I will send a free replacement. And then I just use those pictures to file a claim with the post office, and they'll refund me you know. But yeah, everything is insured, and you get free replacement on damaged goods. Yeah. The small prints are printed on a very thick paper. So it would be like unwise to roll them up. Okay, so the ones that I sell at conventions. All right, so the ones I sell at conventions, right? These are laser printed on a gloss. I think it's an 8. No, it's a 10-point gloss. So it's pretty thick, right? Even at this degree of thickness, I never recommend rolling it up. So when I sell them at conventions and I see people just fucking, this is 11 by 17. Here, I'll I'm pulling stuff out of the graveyard right now. $11 by 17. And by the way, the all shiny prints, I'm printing them on a thicker paper, a thicker and glossier paper. So for sure you don't want to roll those ones up. And then I have the 24 by 36 here. Let's see. So these are from the graveyard collection. So, well, you're gonna have to look at an Overwatch one because that's what I have on hand right now. So then this is just one size up from the 11 by 17. Yeah, and don't worry about these getting damaged. They're part of the graveyard collection, so they're already damaged. Yeah, it's considerably bigger. Yeah, and they're easy to find frames for. The equivalent frames would be A3 for the 11 by 17, and then A1 for the next size up. Not exact fit, but if those are the measurements that you have to work with, like depending on where you live, those are the sizes you want to look for. I haven't drawn a goddamn thing on this stream in the past. How long we've been on? 4.5 hours. And I don't give a fuck because I spent the last month drawing 1,500 Pokemon. I'm assuming you just search 24 by 36 frame and that will load me right into. Yep. You can get them anywhere online. Target has them usually $10. If you could find it, if they're in stock at a Walmart, you usually could find them at $10. Any frame shop like a Michaels should have it. 24 by 36 is like 11 by 17, 24 by 36. Those are the two most common frame sizes outside of 4 by 6 and 5 by 7. See, don't buy it online. Is all I'm saying. Don't buy it online. The frame. If you walk into a Walmart or walk into a Target, Michaels probably be a little bit more expensive at Michaels. Let's see. Yeah, right away. Michaels usually has a little bit fancier ones. Michaels has it at 19. Walmart Mainstays, which is the Walmart brand, like the generic brand, $10.48. Target has 24 by 36, $10. Then they have a different brand, but also at Target, which is looking like $17. Yeah, and if you just go in, you can find them. So since the day we finished the original version of the Pokemon drawing, people have been hounding me, and I have also been like mentally wanting to do a shiny version of this drawing, and it's crazy that it's finally done. I've been thinking about it for like 10 fucking years. There's like this weight off my shoulders I did not know that I had. That's finally fucking gone. Oh my god, this feels so good. And now that the campaign is done, I don't have to do any more advertising. Oh my god, the best. There's 15 minutes left of this availability. So I don't know how much more we're going to be able to pull in that last whatever couple minutes, right? But there's the link to grab it. When I say can you change the address? Yeah, you should be able to change it, but if you're having trouble changing it yourself, message me or email me. You would basically just say the name, and if you have your order number, that'd be super helpful. And then just kind of so I don't mess with the wrong order, just the name, the current address, and then the address you want to change it to, and then if you have the order number, yeah, so then just my work email, which you should have, is the receipt, the email receipt confirmation. But just in case, yeah, if you're unable to change it yourself, using the options they give you, like either through Store Envy or if you went through like Stripe or something, if none of that's working for you, just email me and then I can manually change it myself. And I'm not making the shipping labels probably another end of next week, Thursday or Friday, again because I'm waiting for the things to come in, the proofs. That's one of the reasons I wait to make the labels, because it's not the first time someone would want to have it changed. This has been a interesting first 10 years of my art career. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna be so ready to pass out after this. I hope everybody else, um, can also kind of take it easy. If we, I mean, we're here. This is the last time I'm gonna be like pushing one of these big projects, these big collage fan art pieces for a very, very long time. So I'll just be real with you. This thing, in regards to the way it looks, because you know I've been thinking about a shiny piece for so long, doing a shiny version for so long. In regards to how it looks, I'm so happy with it. You know, my taste in colors has changed. I'm very much a more like low saturated neutral color kind of guy now. Plus that helps with the values to get a lot closer when the saturation's a little bit lower. Anyway, I really like how it came out because there's a lot of almost pastelish colors with the shiny Pokemon. So going the direction of going less saturated overall, actually, I think it has a nice relaxing look to it, as opposed to the non-shiny version, which is so loud and in your face, right? So from an artistic standpoint, I'm very happy with how this came out. I had a lot of fun during the live stream, but if we be real, it has completely underperformed in regards to sales. So for those who did order, just know that I really, really appreciate it. And that you are actually going to be in a very interesting small group of people who are going to have a copy of this shiny print. Because in about 14 minutes, this fucker's going away. And the only person who's going to be able to enjoy it is me after that. Yeah, this last 14 minutes, I got like no jokes left. I got no more hustle in me. to try and shove it down people's throats. I mean, I got the copy paste to the shop. That's all I got. Oh. I'm hovering over the button right now to ice this product. How's my nose? It's good. It's just really dry. I haven't been drinking a lot of water, and because my sleep schedule is so inconsistent, and my sleep apnea has been really bad. So I have like really bad dry patches now, and that includes like patches here, and that's what causes my nosebleeds. My sleep apnea more than anything. So yeah, it's just everything about my behavior over the past however long we've been working on this has just been taking its toll on my body. That's how John Mayer says it. Be sure to take that social media break. You were talking. Yes, of course, yes, absolutely. It's so fascinating how, like, I'm catching it, how it's making me feel like about certain things, like things that I know. For example, like, I'm not self-conscious about my work or how much money I make. Like, I know I'm not a pocket watch. I don't care. Like, I care if my friends don't have enough money. I don't naturally, like, I don't inherently care about how much someone else makes. You know what I mean? Like, but just hanging out on social media, I started to like pocket watch shit. And I'm just like, this is crazy, man. Like, I don't care about this stuff. And I know I don't, but it made me feel that way. No, I allowed it. I allowed the things that it was feeding me to get into my brain. Can't blame social media. I gotta blame myself. And you know, and I'm very aware of that stuff, but it still was getting to me, and it's really affecting my mood, and it's yeah. I am fascinated to see. I'm actually, so I'm gonna take I'm gonna take it easy on consuming social media stuff for sure, but we will be back on stream a lot more. Because now we're just I'm almost caught up on everything. I have one more project to finish. It's NDA stuff, so I can't show it or talk about it. But I'm almost done with that, and that's a pretty big project. So be happy for me that that's going to be done. And then after that, I'm kind of free. And when I'm free of conventions and then projects, and I can just study. Oh my God, remember studying art? You guys remember that concept? Getting good at the craft. That's when we're gonna hop back on the streams, the sketchbook streams. Those are gonna be fucking awesome. I can't wait to start studying again. Congrats. Hey, Jess, I'm glad you were able to make it through. I know that I saw your comment and you're just like, oh, I hope I can make it, but thank you for coming by. We got about 7 minutes left on this. I actually have a you were asking about my nose earlier in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I have a saline solution that works really well to rehydrate, particularly like the kind of skin that's on the interior of the nose. That's not really important information. You just asked how my nose was. So. That's the answer right there. Just in time was dragged out by friends to drink. Well, look at that. You got to go hang out with your friends, you got to drink, and you still made it in time for the last part of the stream. That's a big win right there. So the total file size for the shiny version came out to... Let's see. I think we got... 1.8 gigs. Yep. I do know that because like the shiny version is actually a trimmed down version. The non-shiny actually has a lot more layers. There's like a lot of stuff going on in that one. I know that the Dragon Ball is over 4 gigs. that was fucking brutal. No, was it the Dragon Ball? No, it's the Yu-Gi-Oh. Is it the Yu-Gi-Oh that's over 4 gigs? It's because a majority of them, I have all the line art on a single layer, right? But I know that the Digimon and the Yu-Gi-Oh, all the characters are on separate layers because I wanted to give that a try. The Yu-Gi-Oh is 3.3 gig. Where's the Digimon? Digimon's 4.3 gig. Digimon's the biggest one. 4 minutes left. Just says the Twitch chat. You said you have a solution for your dry nose. You're dying out here because of all the dry air from fires. My dry nose is a result of my sleep apnea. It tends to kind of dry about like the outside, like the rim on the interior, right? But I have probably find it on Amazon. It works amazing. But if you have a dryness from like up top from inhaling particulate, like particulate matter, I don't think that this will work for that. But and I don't like the saline spray. Has to be the cream. This is how we're ending this project. Finding nasal cream. It's exactly as I imagined it. Yeah, so you can find it on like Amazon. It's not expensive, but it has to be the cream because the spray just kind of gets a thin coat. If you use the cream, especially if you leave it in overnight, it really like absorbs into the skin. All right, everybody, got a couple minutes left before this Pokemon project becomes something that you once saw and can't really remember the details of. All right, this is my last push for this project. You will not catch me spamming like this ever again, I swear to God. Well, I'm not gonna say never, but I don't intend to for a while. Love the streams and excited for the sketch streams. I'm excited too. No more of these projects. Let's get back to simpler stuff. Fucking Windows 11. I got that forced update. There it is. Going once, going twice. Yeah, it forced that Windows update on me because I've been getting the Windows 11 update and then I would roll it back to 10, but it's just like it's so annoying, right? So I was just like, look, I'll try to learn to live with it, and it's not that bad. I've just had to kind of readjust some stuff. Yeah. So YouTube chat, glad to be able to brag you were here when it was live and ever available. Yes, it doesn't seem like a big deal now, but I did not move as many as I thought I would, and whatever amount you think I moved, it's less than that. So I mean, like, I don't mean that as like a downside thing, because well, it would have been sweet to make a shit ton of money, but now you're getting something that is like in like another 10 years, right? Another 10 years, it's gonna be one of those things, because again, we are gonna revisit this at some point, no matter where it is. I take my artwork from here, and some of you may not be fans of it, but whatever. Know that eventually we'll come back to this piece and, you know, sit around the campfire and do all this again, right? And when that happens, you can shove it in people's faces that you were here for for this. And yeah, I appreciate it, those. Thank you so much. What a fucking wild ride. Everybody, go get some sleep. Go get some rest. And I mad appreciate every single person here. Even if you didn't get something, it's just ugh.